Shall we all rise for the national anthem? The second verse. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reigns. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. It's a Tuesday, and here we are, day one of the Nigeria Investment Summit, holding right here in the Presidential Banquet Hall in the State House. The theme, optimizing investment opportunities for national development. And for national development, it will be good that we also optimize the human abilities we have, recognizing the abundance human talents, the abundance in human wealth that we have, not just in Nigeria, but across the world. Respecting humanity, take a look at somebody beside you and say good morning to someone. If you do that in your language, it will be great. Say good morning to someone in your language. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me quickly recognize dignitaries who have joined us, and some will be joining us at this very important summit. We'll have joining us very soon His Excellency the Vice President, His Excellency Professor Yemi Oshibajo, represented, will be joining us very shortly. The Chief Host, CEO of the Nigeria Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabirewa, is represented by the Secretary of the Commission, Engineer Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi. Please, a round of applause for him. He's right here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to recognize also the Secretary, the Presidential Enabling Business Council, PBEC. She was here a moment ago. I will believe that she's around. A round of applause for Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, also here with us. Thank you. Let me recognize Director General, Africa Development Bank, AFDB, Mr. Liman Barrow, here with us. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. And we're glad to have the Chairperson, Investment Nigeria Diaspora Trust Fund, Mrs. Yemisi Ibrahim, here with us. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have from the academia, Philmart University, Vice Chancellor of Philmart University, Abuja, Professor Jelik Jelov is also here with us. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for being here with your team. We also recognize here with us the Chairman, Sub-Coordinator, Summit Coordinator and Chairman, Board of Trustees, Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDSI, Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejugbe Williams, here with us. Thank you very much for being here. I want to recognize the Chief Executive Officer, Founder, Nigeria Diaspora Direct Investment Summit, NDDIS. Joining us online, Chief Bimbo Roberts Falayan is online with us. Please do give an online round of applause if you can. Thank you. And it will be nice to see our participants online also do their thing online. So you can clap online, you can raise your hand online, you can do anything you want to do right there on Zoom. Thank you very much. I'm seeing that happening now. Thank you very much. I want to recognize Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, ASO Savings and Loans PLC, Mrs. Risikatu Ladi Ahmed. Thank you very much for joining us. A round of applause. We have Managing Director, Zenith Bank, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu, also joining us online. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. And we have Managing Director, Bank of Industry BOI, Mr. Kayode Piton, also joining us. Thank you very much. And from EcoBank, Nigeria, we have Mr. Bolaji Lawal joining us. Please, a round of applause for them. And let me invite those we've called earlier, and some of them need to come forward because you have reserved seats here. Mrs. Yemisi Ibrahim, Chairman, Invest Nigeria Diaspora Trust Fund. Please come forward. Please do give her a round of applause. The Vice Chancellor of Philmont University, Professor Jelilov Jelik, here with the Registrar. Please come forward to the reserved seats here in front. Thank you very much. Please join us in the front here. The Director General, Africa Development Bank, Mr. Laman Barrow, is also here with us. Please move forward and take your seat in the front. The Secretary, the Presidential Enabling Business Council, PBEC, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, is also invited to take the seats in front. The chief host, CEO of NIDCAM, Honorable Abike Dabrierewa, is represented by Secretary of the Commission, Engineer Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi. We invite you to take your seat in front, sir. Please come forward, sir. Thank you very much. Please do give him another round of applause. Thank you very much for being here. Also want to invite to move forward the Director General, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Yusuf Jimo. I'm told he's around and here with us. Please come forward, sir, if you are. Thank you very much. And also invite to move forward, if you're here with us, I believe she is, Dr. Mrs. Badewa Adejugbe William, the Coordinator, Chairman. Okay, she's all over the place. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're set to start, and we'll do that in a bit. I'm told we have the Chief Executive of the NDLEA, the Chairman, NDLEA, General Buba Marwa, retired, represented by Mrs. Victoria Egbasi. Mrs. Victoria Egbasi, please come forward. Thank you very much. Please do give her a round of applause. NDLEA doing a great job, especially recently in the drug war. Give them another round of applause. Director General of NIMASA, once again, if he's around, we invite him to come forward. I'm talking of Dr. Bashir Yusuf Jimo to also join us right here. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also want to invite the keynote speaker, Dr. Liz Bruce, to please come forward. Thank you very much. He came all the way from the United States of America. Thank you very much for being here. The keynote speaker, we invite you. Thank you. Please do give him another round of applause. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the welcome address. My name is Dr. Tokwe Ojeme. It's an honor to be your master of ceremony. We'll hope to get this done, the opening ceremony, as quickly as we can, and we get to the pitching and investment period, which will, of course, see some people get new opportunities. To welcome us is the NDIS Summit Coordinator and Chairman, Board of Trustees, Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDSI. Please welcome to the microphone, Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejugbe William. A round of applause is appropriate.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, I am overwhelmed. And you probably wonder why. We have a room full of some mighty people. Please, let's welcome all of you. I've been greeting some people, and I see one person in front of me. That one person represented 100 investors, representing 1,000 investors, representing 500 investors. You guys don't know who you have in the room. If you do, you'll be jumping for joy. Thank you all. So really, it gives me great pleasure to be here, to be addressing you for the 5th year in a row. Wow, we've come a long way. This is the 5th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit with the theme, Maximizing Investment Opportunities for National Development. Why are we doing this? We want our nation to be one of the best nations in the world, and we know we can do it. This event, which is a continuous, enormous, and collective effort of the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, OON, and the Nigerian Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDSI, which is an organization, non-profit, made up of volunteers, people from the diaspora, people who care about diaspora from different diaspora organizations. We come together every year, we leave our families, we leave our workplaces, and we come and do what we can in order to give back to our nation, the best nation for us in the world. So NDSI is made up of diaspora Nigerians who come together to give back. This began in 2018 with the aim of exposing the diaspora to investment opportunities in Nigeria, thus attracting diaspora investment into the country. I don't have to speak to the choir. I don't have to tell you the enormous contributions that diaspora Nigerians actually make into the nation by their remittances, by taking care of the social and economic needs of their family members. To achieve this, a lot of pensive was channeled into structuring the NDIS as a platform where diaspora investors, credible business owners, notable sponsors and partners, as well as government agencies could interact to explore investment opportunities and make business deals for the economic growth of our motherland. And you guys can see who our sponsors are. As names are being called, banks are being called, funders are being called. And these are people who actually also contribute to the development of our nation. So I'd like to take this opportunity to really, really welcome everybody to this event. Now, according to the Vice President at the last year's summit, NDIS has grown to be recognized as a surest platform for attracting foreign direct investment. This is very evident in the growing number of participants at NDIS and the returning participants to NDIS and the large number of success stories that have so far been recorded at the summit. As I was on my way here this morning, right in front of me, I saw a keke napep branded with Nairaxi. Nairaxi is here today. Nairaxi was here last year. So we are growing. The summit started with the recorded participation of 400 participants in 2018 and 700 participants in 2019. In 2020, however, due to the COVID epidemic, the pandemic, the summit was held virtually with over 4,000 in attendance online. In 2011, taking on what we had experienced with 2020, we decided to make it a hybrid event. So we had at the same time about 400 in attendance and thousands online who joined us. The success stories recorded from past summit corroborates the Vice President's attestation. Worthy of note of the success stories are a couple of the tech companies were invited by some investors to Dubai and to the USA for investment opportunities and exploration. One major organization made up of about 500 investors picked 5 different projects that they invested in. Their nonprofit, Robo Foundation, identified about 10 different NGOs that they funded, gave grants to as donations to help them with their nonprofits. Similarly, Ondo State was here last year, and a lot of opportunities came about for Ondo State. And as you can tell, we're focusing massively on Ondo State this year. Part of our success story. Yes, let's appreciate them. So the Ondo State Development and Investment Promotion Agency, ONDIPA, received a number of expressions of interest in the international distribution and marketing of their chocolates at the last summit. And I think you need to pay me a commission because I also marketed your product in the US. Dr. Collins Nweke of Village Seed Ventures selected 5 foundations that pitched during the summit and approved grants for each of them. If I were to start listing all the benefits, I would not leave here today, but I have to tell you, not because I'm the coordinator, I have a nonprofit, and I pitched my nonprofit every single year. Twice in a row, we've gotten donations, but the most significant aspect was partnership that we held with a US company, with my sister company here, my sister here, Miss Marie David, who's also one of the committee members. We've been able to train hundreds of teachers to teach children with special needs, with disabilities, on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Can you imagine? Children with disabilities, all through NDIS. All the achievements cannot be possible without the participation of notable diaspora investors who trusted in the NDIS vision and were also willing to invest in the businesses showcased, thus tripling their investment, creating job opportunities, and consequently improving the economy. Last year, approximately 1,000 investors attended the summit, and someone like, where were the 1,000? As I said, you see one person representing hundreds. So we had over-identified individuals based on each consortium, over 1,000 investors. My special gratitude, which also, this resulted from NDIS, how we got about to meet Dr. Christopher Brooks, our keynote speaker. This man is another powerhouse who is in here. I cannot even tell you how many investors he's controlling and what his passion for Africa is. When he stepped out of the airport yesterday, the first thing he did was he kissed the ground. He says he is home. Dr. Chris Brooks is bent on changing the narrative of Nigerians for the better. So we really welcome you, sir. I wish to also appreciate our long-term partners such as NIPC, NEPC, BOI, CAC, FIRS, CBN, all the ministries and their parastatals who have always supported us, the banks. We appreciate the sponsorship because without them, this event would probably not have been possible. These partners have, through their corporations, contributed to the success of the summit since its inauguration in 2018. In addition, I would like to thank the current administration for their support. Not only has the Vice President participated, he had always formally declared the event open since it began in 2018. Many thanks to our distinguished participants who have traveled from all regions of the world to be present at this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand that there is still a lot of ground to cover in promoting diaspora investment in the country. However, we're committed to building on previous achievements of attracting credible diaspora investment and foreign direct investment into viable businesses in the country. An African adage says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. We therefore need your unflinching support in going far to attract more diaspora direct investment, thereby boosting the economy of the nation. With the array of investors and business owners present here with viable business ideas, I'm very confident that this will be one of the most remarkable investment summits we had ever held. I welcome you once again to the 5th Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit and wish all of us a fruitful and productive business experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejiwe Williams. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and participants and special guests online, we'll move on to the next in this opening ceremony. But just before we do that, let me recognize the Director General of the National Biosafety Management Agency, Dr. Rufus Ebegba, ably represented by Mrs. Belo Scholastica, Deputy Director and Head of Department of Planning, Research and Statistics. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Please a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. And we'll move on now to the opening remark. Very clearly, the Nigeria Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has made its mark in Nigeria, doing a lot of work, bridging the gap and ensuring that Nigerians experience what it should be in and out of the country. And that's why it's great to know that we have the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of NIDCOM here with us today, ably represented by a very distinguished gentleman par excellence, a man who is never tired of loving Nigeria in or outside the country. Please welcome, to give the opening remark, the representative of the Chairman, Chief Executive NIDCOM, who is Secretary NIDCOM, Engineer Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Barrister Boss Mustafa, who will shortly be joining us, members of the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, our guest speaker, our over 17 million Nigerians in the diaspora, some of whom are joining us virtually, distinguished members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the already established protocols. On behalf of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission and on behalf of our Chairman, CEO, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabri Irewa, OON, I stand here to welcome you to the 5th edition of the Nigerians Diaspora Investment Summit. Honorable Dr. Abike Dabri Irewa will shortly be joining us at this particular event. The Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit is a platform where Nigerians in the diaspora interact with potential sponsors, interact with potential partners, interact with collaborators and government officials with a view to investing their resources, skills, talents, and global exposure into the Nigerian economy. When we had the first edition of the summit, it was agreed as an outcome to institutionalize the summit as an annual event and to also put it on the national diaspora calendar for November of every year. The summit, as you have just been told by the summit coordinator, has been a very huge success. And virtually in every state of the Federation that you visit today, there is one or two or three or many diaspora investments that are running concurrently. This year's summit will have a special pitching session in the following development areas: agribusiness, creative, sports and entertainment, education and training, healthcare, ICT, especially with emphasis on fintech, infrastructure development and real estate, energy, mining and manufacturing, oil and gas, and the telecommunications sector. As we cascade diaspora engagements in Nigeria to the states and the local government areas, we also have this year a very special. Our diaspora engagement are not just demographics. They are now an economic factor. And we are translating this into what we call the Diaspora Direct Investment Phenomena, DDI. You recall we have the famous FDI. And as of today, our diaspora investment, which we call and christen the DDI, is over 400% of our FDI. With these few remarks, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the 5th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit and pray and wish you a very, very successful summit engagement. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please do give a resounding round of applause to the Secretary NIDCAM, Engineer Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi. Thank you very much, sir. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now take the program to our online audience directly, as we have joining us online, and we'll be taking a goodwill message, the first in the series. The Chief Executive Officer Founder, Nigeria Diaspora Direct Investment Summit, NDDIS. We welcome Chief Bimbo Roberts Folayon, who's online right now and joins us to give a goodwill message. Thank you very much. You're on. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, morning, gentlemen, Your Excellency, members of the Diaspora Investment. I bring you good from Nigeria, and I pay special tribute to NIDCOM, led by Ms. Abike Dabiri, and all the members of Nigerian diaspora. In the UK, we started Nigerian Diaspora Summit in 2013. So next year, within that period, we have successfully attracted investments back to Nigeria. And a lot of Nigerians in diaspora have relocated back to Nigeria. Some of the states that have taken advantage of the summit include Kano, Kaduna, Bayelsa, Oyo, Lagos, Niger. Last year, we had Ondo State. And we have introduced several investment initiatives back to Nigeria. Some of these initiatives include the $200 million agri project that was done with Dan Tata in Kano, the Dan Tata Group in Kano. We had the Anglo-Indian Bitumen Initiative. We've also had the off-grid power and water investment that have been, attracted into Nigeria. We've had a $12.9 million investment into dairy and beef production farming. A couple of years ago, we had about 2,800 farmers in Jigawa State benefit from what they call the carbon credit from the European Union, which was attracted back to Nigeria. Now, I know this is a quick goodwill message, but then I need to talk about the diaspora very briefly. The Nigerians in diaspora, who are estimated to be about 17 million, are people who relocated abroad to improve their lives. And in the process, many of them have made a lot of inroads into development programs across the world. And many of them have things that they want to bring back to their country. In doing so, we will be needing a handshake with Nigeria, particularly with the state government, to make things easy for Nigerians to invest in Nigeria, Nigerians in diaspora to invest back in Nigeria. So I call on Nigerian governments, Nigerian businesses, to look at the diaspora as partners in progress. We are your extra resource. We are people that can add value to Nigeria. Because if you look at what we do and the sort of investment that we've tried to attract back to our country, you will notice that we Nigerians who live abroad want the best for our country. And in creating employment, in creating opportunities for Nigerians back home, Nigerian government institutions, Nigerian businesses, Nigerian agencies have to extend the hand of fellowship to Nigerians in diaspora. Because through us, we can attract a lot of investment back to Nigeria. In conclusion, I want to say a very big thank you once again to NIDCOM, led by Mrs. Abike Dabiri. I also want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Badiwa, who out of extraordinary effort with his team have successfully put together the NDIS for 5 years. I wish you the best during this summit, and I hope there will be lots of investments at the end of this summit so that it doesn't end up as a talk shop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you again. Please do give another round of applause to the Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Nigeria Diaspora Direct Investment Summit, NDDIS, Chief Bimbo Roberts Folayo. Thank you very much. Now we'll take a quick goodwill message from the Managing Director of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Madu Haman. Mr. Madu Haman comes up stage now for a goodwill message. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, participants. the Executive Chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Irua, OON, allow me to stand on existing protocols that have been established. I would like to start by thanking the Executive Chairman of the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission for inviting me to this occasion. I would also like to commend her for the excellent work she and the team are doing at the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission and in steering the ship of the commission. Her tenure has been able to firmly establish the commission and has witnessed positive developments in the growth of the commission. And you've also been able to establish partnerships that have advanced the contributions of Nigerians in diaspora to the economic growth and development of the country. We at Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria are very glad to be associated with the Commission and to partner with you in establishing contacts and linkage with our Nigerians in diaspora in order to serve them better in providing housing at home. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria had recognized that Nigerians in the diaspora contribute significantly to their home communities and the Nigerian economy. Monies remitted to families and friends help stabilize our country's foreign exchange demand, provide employment opportunities, and assist in educating relatives, amongst others. According to the federal government statistics, there are over 20 million Nigerians in the diaspora, and in the last 1 year alone, have remitted back home in excess of $20 billion. This is the highest home remittance of any country in Africa. And this does not include those that are sent through individuals and other channels. The volume of funds remitted to the country by Nigerians in diaspora is therefore significantly large, and if channeled through institutions like the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, will provide additional sources of loanable funds to nurture and sustain our mortgage industry, while Nigerians in diaspora will also be able to access mortgages in order to own houses back home, thereby meeting the long-standing yearnings of our Nigerians abroad. Nigerians living abroad are positioned and indeed willing to make greater and more strategic contribution to the development of their country and upliftment of their families, given the enabling environment of honesty and trust. A twin existence of trust engendered by honesty will galvanize the commitment of diasporans to invest in their families, friends, and the country, leading to a huge economic transformation. It is in view of the foregoing, and in order to broaden the delivery chain of the core mandate of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, that we've developed a National Housing Fund product for Nigerians in the diaspora. This product will afford Nigerians in diaspora the opportunity to register with the National Housing Fund scheme, make monthly contributions, and ultimately be able to access mortgage loans at reasonable rates in order to own their houses back home without having to physically come to Nigeria before they can participate. The product is the Diaspora National Housing Mortgage Fund Loan. The loan window offers the Nigerians in the diaspora mortgage loans to build or to develop houses or to buy and develop houses in Nigeria. So why this product at this time? The product provides an opportunity to own a decent home at home. Man naturally ventures out to search for enduring means of livelihood and thereafter instinctively heads home. His only impediment, usually in heading home, is the absence of decent accommodation to go back to. This product, therefore, provides him the opportunity to own such a decent home anywhere in the country. That is why the bank, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, developed the Diaspora Mortgage product targeted at Nigerians living outside the shores of the country to give them an opportunity to participate and benefit from the National Housing Scheme. It is also established that the volume of funds remitted to Nigeria by our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, as earlier stated, is significantly large. Though part of these remittances are for family upkeep and other needs, a large chunk of it is usually meant for investment in residential developments back home. And many of such investments usually fail to achieve the aspiration of our Nigerians in diaspora and therefore ends up alienating them from our homes, coming back to Nigeria. As a financial institution and the pioneer mortgage bank in Nigeria, we know that these foreign inflows can deepen and help nurture the mortgage industry, while the diaspora Nigerians will also be able to access these mortgages to own their houses in a structured, safe, decent, and qualitative environment. The product, National Housing Fund Diaspora, will help the bank in also closing the huge housing deficit in the country, as a buoyant housing sector is an indication of a strong program of national investment and is key to future economic investments. In conclusion, I would like to use this avenue to call on Nigerians living abroad to seize the opportunity provided by this product to own decent and affordable homes back in Nigeria. We expect that this product will be shortly launched before the end of this year. I thank you all, and thank you for inviting me once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, to give a goodwill message, please welcome Mrs. Yemisi Ibrahim, Chair, Invest Nigeria Diaspora Trust Fund. Mrs. Yemisi Ibrahim gives a goodwill message now. A round of applause for her, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I would like to tell you a brief about the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Trust Fund, which has just been registered in the month of August this year. The trust is expected to be largely a private sector driven for the benefit of the diasporas in Nigeria as a whole. It is an investment platform where the diasporas can invest in the sectors of the Nigerian economy. This includes agriculture, solid minerals, public infrastructure, manufacturing, the financial sector, sports, and real estate. It is also expected to be positively impact in the Nigerian economy by increasing the foreign exchange direct FDI, specifically from the diaspora, which we refer to as Diaspora Direct Investment, DDI. We will definitely create more employment, help develop the SMEs, and contribute to the funding development of the public infrastructure, as well as create more taxable income for the government. It must be emphasized that the concept of the Nigerian diaspora is now an economic factor in which the investment trust fund will have a capacity to improve the diaspora remittances from the current state, which is about $20 billion US dollars, to $50 billion US dollars annually. This means also that the current contribution of the diaspora remittances of 6% to the GDP will greatly be enhanced to the region of 15% to 20% in the next 10 years. We expect that the investment trust fund to grow from a recommended startup to $2 billion US dollars and to as large as $200 billion in the next 10 years, and the fund therefore will be collaborated with the investment advisors, investment bankers, and fund managers, which with a view of fully mandating the fund. Other private and institutional investors are also expected to collaborate with the fund as regards to the mandate of achieving the diaspora investment of Nigeria. In this note, I would like to appreciate Honorable Abike Dabiri, ON, for the initiative and for the constant trying to make the Diaspora Investment Fund more applicable for the people in diaspora. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a quick recognition of a gentleman par excellence who's just joined us. One of those Nigerians also doing very well in the diaspora. He is the CEO President of AfriHub, Professor Mani Aniebodam, I'm told, is here with us. Glad to have you. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. And if you can move forward, it will be good. Thank you for joining us. We'll now move on to the next goodwill message. This one comes from the Managing Director, EcoBank Nigeria Limited. Please welcome the Managing Director, ably represented by the Head Consumer Bank, Korede Damola Adeni. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'll want to stand on existing protocols. I'm here representing the MD CEO of EcoBank Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent here today. EcoBank is honored today to be part of the 5th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit with the theme, Optimizing Opportunities for National Development. We believe the theme is very apt, especially in these times. More importantly for us, we will be showcasing our proprietary product, Rapid Transfer, which we consider a gift to Nigerians in diaspora. That's our own gift to Nigerians in diaspora. It's our own contribution to the nation's quest for a seamless, productive, and collaborative resident diaspora system, working with our long-term partners in progress, NIDCOM. EcoBank Nigeria, just to give you a small brief of EcoBank Nigeria, is part of a group of the holding company EcoBank Transnational Incorporated, which is based in Lomé, Togo. It has operations in 33 African countries spread across Africa. This is what is very good for the diaspora, and this is what makes diasporans very dear to us. Nigerians are spread across Africa and the world. The Rapid Transfer app is a remittance app that can be used to send money home to Nigeria from every part of the world. And because we're in 33 countries in Africa, it can also be used to send funds to those countries as well as Nigeria. Just to drive home my point, there will be a video showing you on the screen how to download the app and how simple it is to use it. The benefits and contact details and enquiries would also show on the screen. Also note that this is the extension of our history of collaboration with NIDCOM, and so you can also decide to go through the NIDCOM website to get more details on the Rapid Transfer. The Rapid Transfer is a CBN-approved remittance product, and hence, for every dollar remitted, the recipient at home will also receive 5 naira. The recipients can then decide to open a domiciliary account with EcoBank Nigeria or collect cash in foreign currency as stipulated by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The additional 5 naira per dollar can also be collected cash in naira, or the beneficiary might opt to open an account with the bank. Let me urge you please to visit our stand to get more information on Rapid Transfer and our other offerings to the diaspora, which includes the capability to open accounts. We can do wealth management for the diaspora, and in addition, we also provide mortgages. Our sincere appreciation and salutation go to Honorable Abike Dabiri, the Chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, who is also the chief host of this event. She has been at the forefront of meaningful diaspora engagement with the organized private sector, using the machinery of the government, and we acknowledge the fabulous job she has done with it. We remain proud and feel privileged to have been partners with her on this journey. Congratulations also to Dr. Badewa Adejugbe Williams, the chairman of the planning committee of the of this event, and I also wish you all good deliberations. Thank you very much. Okay, I understand they're having some issues, technical issues, so maybe sometime later we'll have the opportunity to have that video for you to play. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have here Diaspora State Focal Point officers. They do a lot of job ensuring that they pinpoint and link up the diasporans at their various states, and we respect them and glad that we have them here. I ask that they all rise from the various states. Diaspora State Focal Point officers, wherever you are, please rise for recognition wherever you are. A round of applause for this gentleman. And those of you at the back, please come forward. You have the white chairs reserved for you. Thank you for the good job you do and continue to do. Thank you. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll take one more. Okay, I'm told we now have the EcoBank video ready. We'll take that quickly. Can we have that now? The EcoBank video, please. as she said earlier, enter the 6-digit code step by step. Select the mode of delivery, then select how your recipient would like to receive the money. Select the source of the fund. Select the reason for the transfer. Select when to deliver. Add a new recipient. Enter the recipient's country and account detail. Select payment method. Review the transfer details. Voila! Transfer approved. You'll receive a message, a notification, and that's how easy it is. You can visit ecobank.com, available only in European app stores. A round of applause for EcoBank. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll go online as we have Zenith Bank making their presentation online. The Managing Director, Zenith Bank Nigeria, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu. I'm told he's online or represented. Not ready now. And we'll also confirm if we have Dr. Jumoke Oduwole around now. Okay, I'm told we'll have her join us later in the program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's on this note that we'll have the opportunity to have a tour of the exhibition booths in a moment. We do have the exhibition booths just outside, and you would have the opportunity to see different investment opportunities, different people who are doing a lot of work to ensure that we connect Nigerians in the diaspora with the brains and talents we have here. If the UAE did it in the short period they did, then we can get it done here also. The Asian Tigers also did it and got it done right on time. And sure we can. Once I heard from Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, OON, that we are not just Nigerians, but we are a people gifted with human resources, with talents, with natural resources, and a country blessed beyond what you can explain, and a country that has potentials that indeed can transform and make things much better. And with this, we'll quickly invite the Director General FNBN. I'm told Director General is here. Director General of FNBN. Okay, yeah, I think he's spoken earlier. Okay, he's spoken earlier. Thank you very much. As I said, we do have a lot that we can get to connect with, especially as we think about the theme, optimizing investment opportunities for national development. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our friends and participants online, let me let you know that the cameras will be up and running as we go through the tour of the exhibition booths. And for those online, you have a chat, a very active chat point where you can also ask questions and make inquiries, if any, at the point you have there online. A couple of chats already online, and a quick appreciation to those who are joining us and making comments online. Otumba Bimbo, thank you very much for your message. Madam Deborah Cole, thank you very much. And Mr. Michael Adebisi, thank you very much. And all the others we have online, and some goodwill message online to Professor Mani Aniebonam. Some people are glad to see your face online. Thank you very much. Joining us from the UK, from the US, from Asia, and from all over the world all our investors and pitchers joining us online, thank you very much for joining us. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we rise as we will be led by the Summit Coordinator and Chairman, Board of Trustees, Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDSI. I'm talking of Dr. Ms. Badewa Adejigbe William, ETP. She leads us now for the tour of the exhibition booths. We all rise. And when we have Zenith Bank online, we'll get to know. Okay, are they there now? Okay. Are they there now? Is Zenith Bank there online? Can we confirm quickly before we make that move? Are they online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Let's quickly take Zenith Bank joining us online. Emmanuel Oladimo. Mr. Emmanuel?
Okay, my name is good morning, everyone. My name is Lanre Emmanuel Oladimeji.
You're welcome.
And I just want to stand on all existing protocol. It's a very huge honor for us to be invited to say a thing or two to the diaspora community that we have here. Unfortunately, my GMD is not able to join us today because of one or two other engagements, but we've always been a huge support to the NITCOM community. And last year we were here. This year we appreciate the opportunity you have equally given to us. It's just for us to tell the NITCOM community in general that we as a Zenith Bank, we've always supported and will continue to support our diaspora members and look at the opportunity that we have in Nigeria. Let's not, home is home, no matter the way we look at it. We have our stand, and we should please visit the stand to see what opportunity we can actually explore by partnering with a Zenith Bank. In terms of what our criteria, or what our track records are, of course, you can visit Zenith, www.zenithbank.com, and see what we have to offer to the diaspora community.
The pitching session will be up. Will be up next. Rapporteurs, Mr. Emmanuel Oseni and Ms. Toluwa Lokwe Adebayo. Moderator is Adetunji Anthony Adeleke,
Recording
President,
in progress.
CEO, Minded Moves Technology LLC. That comes up very shortly after the tour of the exhibition booths. Thank you very much. A very good morning to you once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Ondo State, I want to say that has got the biggest potential to help this nation change its course on economic development. We believe that with the potentials that we got, we are more or less next to Lagos. And if we're able to harness some of them, we actually surpass Lagos. So for instance, we are planning to have a port of Ondo, deep sea port, with a natural draft of 60 meters. Lagos will be very jealous of that, which means that Supermax kind of ship can actually berth directly in Ondo State. And because we are also inside in interland part of the country, goods from the north to the east to the west, they can actually make better use of our port. So the port in Lagos can serve Lagos, and we will be the port for Nigeria. And how are we going to be able to harness this as well? When you look at the arrays of things that we've got in Ondo State, from tourism to the mineral resources to fertile agricultural land, we can put all this into play and make sure that our products are ready for export, bringing in forex for this country, apart from satisfying the domestic needs. And of course, we encourage industries to come in, make use of these raw materials. We are a very rich state when it comes to energy. We have the gas pipeline that goes and powers Lagos, it passes through Ondo State. You can take from that. We have the oil and gas as well deposit that people can come in and make use of. We've got 75 kilometers of seashores and a very beautiful beach. Again, Lagos will be jealous. Apart from the beach, we've got Indore Hills and there are several other things, such that after you have done all the work, you have other places that you can come in and relax and enjoy, apart from hitting the Pounded Yam. Lovely people, hospitable environment. Ondo State is the place to be. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that's Ondo State. And we'll be taking the others.
Next, we have a stand of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission.
NIDCAM.
Where one of them will tell us some key activities that they've been engaging in, besides co-planning the NDIS. I'm not in NIDCAM.
There are two organizations.
So let's hear from NIDCAM now.
The Strategy Implementation Task Office for the Presidential Executive Order 5. This is the Secretariat for the Presidential Executive Order 5 that is responsible for doing all that is necessary to put Nigerians at the center of Nigerian economy. The objective of this also includes attracting our people in diaspora into the country. And the president himself is the chairman of the council. And it's one of the efforts of this administration to interact with all the MDAs in Nigeria and all the private sector organizations, SMEs, and students, researchers, in order to see that the present situation where a lot of research work is done in silos, and as a result of that, industry does not know what the researchers are doing. The researchers don't know what the industry is doing, that everybody is brought under one umbrella so that there will be continuous interaction that will enable the researchers to help the industrialists. You know, what is happening is that many of the research that is carried out in this country now is done abroad. Research grants are received from abroad, and problems that are abroad are being solved. We want the Nigerian manufacturers also to give research grants to lecturers. And we also want lecturers and professors to stop going to National Assembly to look for money. The money is there with the industrialists. If you solve their problem, they will give you the money, and there will be continuous wealth creation. That's what we are trying to work on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we are up to Kudimata. Kudimata, right? Am I saying that right? I'm very passionate about this, so let's listen to Kudimata. Please tell us what you are all about. It's working online.
Good morning. Kudimata is a... Okay, so maybe we'll just run through the video, and the video will tell us what Kudimata is.
Okay, so there's a video to tell us about Kudimata. We'll get the audio.
My name is Kathleen, and I'm excited to introduce to you Kudimata. Kudimata, it dey pain you. So, Kudimata is an educational income for financial education financial advisory, and business advisory. Money matters have become core of our conversations in recent times, be it our personal finances, our business finances, our family finances, even our retirement plans. We all need that trusted professional who would uphold us to help us answer our financial concerns, questions, and issues. With the increasing numbers of banks, fintechs, and the likes, we are all confused as to where our financial concerns, questions, and issues are resolved. At Kudi Matter, you have trusted professionals and experts who are available to uphold you through your financial journey to ensure that you have all your concerns, issues, and problems resolved. Just download the Kudi Matter app and you'll have all your issues resolved. Kudi Matter. It dey pain you.
Okay, thank you. We have to move on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, guess what? The next stand is mine.
And this stand.
Okay.
This stand.
Welcome, everybody. I guess now I get to take the stage and talk. You know these people. This is my non-profit. It's Royal School of Education and Therapy Foundation. We provide therapeutic, academic, vocational, and life skills for persons with developmental disabilities, such as autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, ADHD, and some specific learning disabilities like intellectual disabilities, dyslexia, dyscalculia, all sorts. So we give them speech therapy for those who are not verbal or who have challenges speaking. We provide physiotherapy for those who have lack of mobility, especially those with cerebral palsy. We provide occupational therapy for those with lack of fine motor skills, so that they can hold pencils, tie their shoelaces, take care of themselves. We teach them how to function as individuals, as members of society, because they have every single right, like every single one of us here. So we want this society to give them, accommodate them, be inclusive, practice inclusion, and give them opportunities so they too can become functional members of society. So we've trained amazing, amazing students who have become really great at what they do. They make sandals, they make all these things. They made all this to sell. Yeah, I actually opened special needs, Ladama for special needs.com. So we'll start selling them online. So this is what we do. Thank you. Thank you.
That's the stand for
there is ability
Dr.
in disability.
Adejiwe Williams.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next stand now.
Oh, where is he? Okay, we are next to another fantastic stand. This is Ms. Oluchi Ronkuwe. She's a member of the planning committee. As you will notice, a lot of us are doing a lot of non-profit work to give back. So this is our charity. So we'll let you tell us about what you do.
Good morning, everyone. So this is GUI Foundation. Our aim and our passion is to reach out to children of pupils in primary schools and young people. So we promote the reading, information sharing, we offer scholarships, and we also engage them in programs that help build their self-esteem and improve the quality of their lives. So we engage in excursions. We take them to different places on excursions. We do a lot of reading activities. We do reading competitions, spelling bee. We also observe international days, so to expose them to what those days mean. For instance, International Day of Peace, Global Parents Day, Day of World Day Against Child Labor, and other activities that we engage in. So that's basically what we do. And then we are currently working with 3 LEA schools in Abuja, LEA Durumi, LEA Damangaza, and then LEA Nomadic School. So
thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. So we move on to the next stand. This is one of our, oh, they're not here? Oh, they're here. They're invading. Okay. Please come.
We are at the next stand now.
All right, so we are at the stand of the Who's going to speak? They're watching us on Zoom right now for the exhibition. So this
Exchanging
is
pleasantries. They are at the next stand. We'll get the crux of the matter shortly. Here we go.
Alaji Bappa Ibrahim Nandiza. I'm from Bauchi State. I'm the member U.S. Africa Chamber of Commerce and manager of Polcon Eye Technology Limited and member of Daniola Corporation. We specialize in mining and processing, buying and selling, export consultancy of mineral resources. In Polcon Eye Technology Limited, we have copper mines, we have iron ore, we have wolframite, tungsten, we have lithium, we have roscos, we have tin cassiterite, we have amethyst. And also we are doing code drilling, we have machines that see minerals on the ground and identify minerals on the ground. Yeah. And
so you are focusing mostly on mining industry?
Yes.
State Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, and they're actually bringing some investors who have interest in mining. You know, yeah. They are investors. They're bringing investors.
Any investor that is interested to invest in our mineral resources.
Mineral resources.
No, I'm in Nigeria.
By Nigerians to the world.
I'm the member of the chamber and manager of the Polcon Eye Technology Limited, owner of the license of these minerals. Yeah. And I'm from Bauchi State. I also promote my state too.
Thank you. You have to pay for that one. So we move on. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're at the next stand for Urban Shelter, and people online would like to know what Urban Shelter is about. So just give us a brief introduction.
Urban Shelter coming up next.
Okay. Urban Shelter Infrastructure is an infrastructural company. We do infrastructural facilities, but though currently we're doing a market, we have a market at Dede. We also have one at Zuba. We do sites and service. It means we're going to do road network, we're draining it, we're going to bring lights, industrial borehole. We have a prototype for the building, you just build. You buy the land, it's been approved already, you just build. So the beauty about us is we have installmental payment plan. You can actually pay within 2 years, you pay in 5 installments. Let's say you want a shop for, let's say, 2 million naira, you can give us 400,000, spread the remaining payment within 2 years. You can also invest to rent it out, or you invest once the prices are high, you resell if you don't want to use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Urban Shelter
right.
Real Estate.
Next is Brains and Hammer, one of our other sponsors. So welcome, please. People online are listening, and they'd like to know a little bit about what Brains and Hammer
Brains
is about.
and Hammer
So
coming
who's
up
your
next.
nominated spokesperson? So brief introduction about Brains and Hammer, what you do.
Okay, Brains and Hammers is a real estate company. We offer hospitality, infrastructure, and real estate. We build, we sell, we manage. Sorry? Okay, should I start again?
Go ahead.
Okay, I said Brains and Hammers is a real estate company. We are a development, we develop, we are into infrastructure as well, and then we offer hospitality as well. We sell, we build, and then we manage properties.
Thank you very much, Brains and Hammer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're moving on
So we move on.
to the next.
Is someone here?
Yes.
Okay, how come you... Are you here? Is this you? Yes. Okay, so for people online, give us a brief introduction of what you do.
Okay. So my name is Anthony Otaigwe, and I'm the founder and CEO of Izesan, which is an African language learning platform. We're encouraging the use of African languages, not just in ceremonial settings, but in everyday life. We want people to start speaking their languages, teaching it to their children, and using it more, on a daily basis. Yeah.
Fantastic. I love that idea. Yeah, I'm going to make sure all my students start with your app. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Language specialist.
Good morning. So we are with Purple Rehabilitation. Aha! I can't wait to hear what you have to tell us. Because I
Purple
really admire what you
Rehabilitation.
do. So tell us a bit about what you're all about.
Hello, good morning. My name is Victor from Purple Rehabilitation. So we do prosthetics, physical rehabilitation. We make artificial parts of the body, we augment weak parts of the body, and we do mental health, and we give mental health services. So we have physical rehabilitation, and we also attend to mental health services. So you could see like the gentleman there, it's wearing a below knee prosthesis. Our friend here is also wearing a leg. So would you want to take that up? Just take your gown up a little. So,
Awesome. Great job.
We help people like this to be able to get back on their feet, and with whatever.
Fantastic. We need to talk.
Thank you very much.
Purple Rehabilitation.
Another
Enabling the
exhibition
disabled.
booth. Also, one of the planning committee members doing amazing things in education.
Vintage
she's one of the LOC
Point
members, Mrs.
Academy.
Mary David. She has
Up
a
next.
school. She's a lawyer, but she has a school in Nigeria, and she'll tell us about what she's been achieving with her students.
Vintage Point.
Thank you all so
Mary
much for
takes the
stopping by.
microphone.
And I'm just excited to partner with NDSI, to partner with us. And that's because we believe in quality education for those that cannot afford to send their kids abroad. So we're bringing abroad down here, which is we're educating kids to be of global competence. And many of my children are actually funded. And we just appreciate the support from the general public. And I'll probably can they talk about the school?
Good day, everyone. We are Vantage Point Academy, school. We do a lot. We have done a lot, and we always give back to the society, and we always do a lot. Here you can see some of our entrepreneurship work, such as the liquid soap, the hand sanitizers, the fascinator, the basket, and so many, and the artwork. Our school, we are doing a lot, and in our school, we are taught to be global competent, to be a global leaders. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. So please come and send more kids to school that cannot be sent abroad, and for quality at very affordable cost, and even for scholarship opportunities. Thank you, Dr. Badoa.
Vantage Point.
What can be achieved,
Raising great
These children
kids
are amazing.
right here
All
in
right.
Nigeria. We move to the next.
FBN, our sponsor.
FBN Quest,
Okay,
FBN
we'd like for you to
Capital.
kind of like tell the audience
Coming up
online
shortly.
about what you do. Okay? Thank you.
Is it morning or afternoon?
Everywhere.
The
Still
lighting
morning.
here doesn't help. Okay. Good day, everyone. I'm Isabella Shikwa. I head the HNI and the Diaspora team for FBN Quest Asset Management. So good to see you all here this morning. Who's FBN Quest? FBN Quest is an investment bank, incorporated as a merchant bank and investment bank. We're a subsidiary of FBN Holding, the FBN Holding Group. What we do at FBN Quest basically is we're fund managers. And what that means is we manage investments for retail clients, corporate clients, governments, large institutions as well. It is important for us to help investors build wealth, both in the short term, medium term, and the long term. And one of our major objectives is to help you build wealth. We have a very interesting array of products, both in naira and in dollars. So for people looking to invest in foreign currency to hedge inflation or to hedge currency risk, you should be looking to us or talking to us. We have, you can check us out on our website as well, www.fbnquest.com. We're also here. We're going to be here for 2 days, and we will be able to provide any, questions you have. Importantly, too, we're happy to partner with, NDSI this year. Yeah, NIDCOM especially. And the aim of this was to, we know that a lot of Nigerians in diaspora do not have access to high-yielding investment products in diaspora. And while in Nigeria, there's a lot of opportunities to invest in, aside from, you know, the real economy. I mean, there are products that you can invest in and earn returns. For example, we have a dollar product that would give you at least about 10% return annually if you invest in that product. So that being said, we've created, you know, partnering with NIDCOM this year was to ensure that we could create that visibility and let our diaspora audience know that we're here, we have investment solutions for them, and we would like to, you know, also be able to reach them. Again, like I said, you can look at our website, www.fbnquest.com, to get more information about us. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're moving to the
great.
next
And,
very
you know,
quickly.
I am so really grateful for those who are exhibiting at this conference, at this summit today. I have a very special story about Brain and Spine Surgery Consortium. It's founded by Dr. Biodun Ogungbo, a neurosurgeon, a brain surgeon from the UK. This man has been doing amazing things in Nigeria. He's from the diaspora, is really doing a lot in helping those who need help with their brains especially. But moreover, Brain and Spine partnered with my foundation to do free health care for residents of FCT 2 years in a row. So we really need to find out more about what you do. So who's your spokesperson? Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to our table. Like she said, it's a Brain and Spine Center in Abuja here. We do safe surgery, simple physiotherapies, and good outcome in our services. So you can visit us and you get more, and you can also go with our flyers. Like she said, my boss trained in UK, but he has to come back to give back to the country, and he actually discouraged health tourism. That is his major aim, and that is why he's back in Abuja. And we are situated at Wuse, close to Banex Plaza. Very easy to locate, and our surgery are affordable. So don't be scared. It's safe. Please bring your relative who need the services. Please, you can get our brochure if you need. Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
we move
much.
on to the very next one now.
Hello.
As
Small
we
Biz
get
Niger.
ready.
Where is Small Biz Niger?
Right here.
Yes. Another member of the planning committee. Everybody doing something to give back to the community. Mr. Barrister Kachi Okezie.
Also in charge of your media.
Who's also in charge of the media for NDIS. So he's going to tell us a bit about Small Biz Niger. So, you know, we're really very passionate about giving back. So when he explains this to you, you'll understand more about our passion. There you go. So please tell us what Small Biz Niger is about.
Simple. Most people understand that the small business is a common phrase, and it's an overused one, that the small businesses are the engine that runs any economy. But how many people actually understand how that works, and how many people know what it means? That's what we are trying to do. I'm a lawyer, but I particularly majored in small business in my MBA research in the UK, and I realized the meaning of that saying, that the small businesses are the biggest job creators. But if they are that serious to the economy, why are we not so serious about supporting them? Apart from through loans, what's wrong with grants? Those are the sorts of things we discuss. And I decided to do something myself and set up a magazine that is solely dedicated to the small business sector. You won't find that. Why are we unique? Because every other platform, newspapers, magazines, have a column or a correspondent covering small businesses. But this is small business from back page to front page. And we run a website. And I remember what the Vice President, His Excellency, said when we launched it. It's a product of this summit, by the way. This is one of the products of this summit. I came from the UK. I had the idea, but I met 2 young boys in Nigeria who had no jobs. But they decided to do something like this for themselves. I invested in them. I saw where they were going, but they were limited. And I knew that with me, we could go even further. So I invested in them, and we are growing. And this is our second year in full trading. So please advertise in this magazine if you believe that a small business is the way to grow the economy. Advertise and support this magazine. Thank you very much for here today. You have some free copies you can take, some complimentary copies. And if you would like to find out more, you can please put your details down and we'll get back to you. And thank you for visiting NDIS 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barrister Kachi Okezie.
Thank you. Barrister Kachi, thank you very much.
Excellent.
We
As
move
you
on
can
to
see,
the
we're
next.
practicing what we're preaching. We say come and invest in MSMEs, and we're doing the very same thing. We're fulfilling our goals. Now we need to move on to the next stand. Now we're at EcoBank, one of our longest, most, what should I call you?
EcoBank
Reliable,
PLC.
Pan-African, always there to support anything we do. Here is EcoBank Nigeria. I would like for
EcoBank
you to tell us
PLC,
what you are all
EcoBank
about, so that those
Pan-African
who are
Bank.
listening online
Coming up next.
would find out about what EcoBank does. Thank you.
Here they go.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Further to what I had spoken about online, EcoBank is a bank that has this proprietary product, as you can see in the shop. It's called Rapid Transfer, which you can use to transfer money home to Nigeria. And there are two variants. The one we showed online when I was having my presentation was the one that is applicable only to our diaspora customers in Europe. We have the one that you can also download that is just called Rapid Transfer. The one for Europe is called Rapid Transfer International. The one for Nigeria is called, for Africa, every other part of the world is called Rapid Transfer. And all you have to do is to get online, put your account details where the money is, and then you can transfer straight to Nigeria. You can transfer to an account. It can be picked up in cash. Dollar cash, because the regulation by central bank is that transfers must come in dollars. So you can pick up in dollars, or your beneficiary can just decide to open what you call a dumb light account. Very, very minimal documentation, the same documentation you would use to collect a remittance. Open that account and get your dollars inside. And the good part of it, because it's regulated by the central bank, you get the 5 naira per dollar. So your beneficiary actually collects more than the $1,000 or $500 you send home. So that's the advantage. In terms of cost, it's extremely affordable. What we have done to ease the burden, if you transfer in 3 days' time, you pay nothing. If you transfer in 2 days' time, you pay 2%. If you transfer today, I need to send money to Mama now, it's 3%. If you can wait till tomorrow, 2%. If you can wait till 3 days' time, you pay nothing. And right now there's a promo on, which is online. There's a promo for the next 30 days. Part of the fact that we are here, you would transfer free. So thank you very much for listening to us, and we hope you'll be able to take advantage of this product. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I know how to transfer money. Thank you. It's excellent. Yes, I'm sure I'll spread the words, definitely. All right, another one of our big sponsors. I am so excited. I'm so delighted to be standing with Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, we have a long ways to go. So people are listening to you online.
Zenith Bank PLC coming up next. Zenith Bank.
Good morning, everybody. So it's nice to be here today, to portray what we have for everybody here, especially our customers in diaspora. So of course, we all know what Zenith Bank does. We're one of the biggest banks in Nigeria, even in Africa. And we've been in existence for over 30 years, doing good banking in Nigeria. So let me just go straight to what we have for our customers in diaspora. We have a diaspora banking product, a range of products that we have specifically for Nigerians that are resident abroad. Swift account opening, convenient account opening. You do not have to come back home. to open an account. You can open an account online, and you get your account number instantly. You have access to your account. You can open Naira account, dollar account, Euro account, in FX, all the accounts in GBP as well. And these accounts, as soon as they're opened, you can run them instantly. Now, apart from that, we have our internet banking mobile app that you can access this account while you're not here. And in addition to that, we also offer financial advisory services to our customers in Nigeria and also especially in diaspora. And we also have a special mortgage package for them as well to buy property here in Nigeria. So we'd like to bank with you, we'd like to be your bankers, and we'd like to do business with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Zenith Bank.
Thank you very much,
sponsor.
Zenith Bank.
And so you know I
PLC.
have my accounts with you, my business account, my personal account. So we're banking on you, all right? Thank you so much. Now we are rounding up with National Space Research and Development Agency. Fantastic. I can't wait to hear what you will have to tell us. I
National Space
believe in
Research and
science,
Development
and
Agency.
I think we really need to, make sure our children are really aware of what's going on in this sphere. So we'd like to hear about what you do and how it can also be encouraging to the young ones for something for them to look forward to. Who will speak?
Here they come now.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Adewale Hakim. I represent National Space Research and Development Agency. So we are in charge of space exploration to build satellites for Nigeria. But we feel that we don't come out enough for awareness, so we've been instructed to come out. So I can tell people, Nigerians, what we actually do. So what we have been able to bring forward today is a smart shoe and a drone. So this drone is actually built in-house, like 75% of homegrown components that is used here. And it's not just an ordinary drone, because some drones are used for farming, for surveillance. So, but this one you can use for surveillance too, and also you can attach cameras on it. It also has a ground station like your computer, so you can see wherever the drone flies to, you can monitor it on your system. In the comfort of your room or in your office, you can do that. Then also, this is a smart shoe. The smart shoe is actually responsible for to mitigate against like kidnapping, because wherever the shoes go to, we can actually monitor it too, because it has GPRS module on it. So we can track whoever wears it for 72 hours. Under 72 hours is the window we have to track whoever wears this after 72 hours. So we are working to actually improve on the timeline, because of what it works with battery. So once it's fully charged, it works for 72 hours. So our soldiers can use this. Our children can put it in their shoes. Anybody can use this. So, we are not allowed to mass produce because we are a government agency. So we can partner with private people to do this. And talking about the children, we have a program for children. We have a museum in the agency where schools, from primary school to university, they come almost every week to see what we have, our artifacts that we have. We actually believe in catching them young. So we teach them regardless of their age, satellite technology, and everything. Thank you very much for coming.
We still have 4 more stands, please. 4 exciting stands to get to. So please follow me. This way. No, this way, this way, this way. Okay. Oh, we are at Pebek. Excellent. All right. Yes. I'd like for the interview to continue, but people are online. They want to hear about Pebek. This is one of the reasons people are coming to Nigeria to invest. Okay? No, let us speak. Okay. Okay, we'll use it together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the questions that people have about investing in Nigeria.
We'll go on to the next one now. We'll be having quick tea break very shortly, and then we'll move to the pitching session. PBEC coming up next now.
Yeah, so security, security underpins everything, particularly for the economy. So if there's no security, definitely capital is a coward, as we say in the business world. Capital is very jittery and runs away. So that aspect of security is everybody's responsibility. And why I say this is that everything we do for the business climate, prosperity is the antidote to poverty, and poverty dispels insecurity. So all the interventions that we're doing to make it easier for small and medium-sized enterprises, and our particular focus on micro and nano businesses, helping them get into the formal sector and to scale, all the interventions of PEBEC are focused. You can see my colleagues educating people behind me are focused on small and medium-sized enterprises. We also really focus on the use of technology because, as you know, with Executive Order 001, we're interested in transparency and efficiency of public service delivery. That's the only way that the interface between the government and the private sector, there'll be less trust deficit. Where there's more trust, people invest more. People are happier to work. We were talking about housing before you came in. A lot of people want to send money home. Everybody wants to own a home. And I was talking about how we need a more vibrant mortgage sector because that's what will make sure that people don't need to steal. People don't need to steal and people are not hungry. Then you address the security challenge. You also address that fulfillment challenge and well-being challenge. If everybody can have their own home, send their children to school, have health care, have decent infrastructure, roads, then you can choose where you want to live across the country. And that brings me to our intervention with the subnationals. So we work with all the state governments and the FCT to make sure that these business climate reforms are deepened across the country. We've been working with them since 2017, and so the regulatory, let me just backpedal a bit. So with the framework that we have for the subnationals, replicating the PEBEC model across all the states in the Federation, we have a technical working group that has representation from all the regions, and we came up with a framework. The very first homegrown indicator on that framework was security and infrastructure. Then we have workforce readiness. If you have a business, you want to know that you have people that you can employ, whether you're in Taraba or in Bayelsa or in Kwara, you want to know who are available that you can have to employ in your business because that's one of the things that private sector. Then you want to know that you have access to information. What is government doing? Are there interventions? Does BOI have any fund? What exactly is available in whatever state? And then the big one, the regulatory environment, the paying of taxes, access to small claims courts. So we have about 8 states with small claims courts. So these are some of the interventions that make sure that wealth, prosperity, productivity, competitiveness, that's where we're heading to. And when you have that, then you address security. Yes, when you have that, then you address security.
Thank you. We can't wait for you to speak next. We're so anxious. Okay. She will be speaking to open the next session. So please don't go away, please. Dr. Jumoke will be there. All right? Thank you.
We'll be having a quick tea break very
our other
shortly.
partner, our faithful partner that has been with us from the very beginning, Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission. Please tell us, people are listening to you online, what is NIPC about?
NIPC,
yes, you're welcome
up
to our
next.
stand. The Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission is mandated to encourage, promote, and coordinate investment within and into the Nigerian economy. We're here so we can avail the business community of the various opportunities, the abundance of opportunities that we have in Nigeria. And one way that we had to do that is to come out with initiatives. One of those initiatives is the Book of State, and we have it here. Now, the Book of State have clearly states with the different opportunities. It shows the comparative advantages that you have in the various states. And therefore, for an investor who would like to go to any of those states, will pick up a copy and look at those opportunities that are within the state. Now, when you get to that state, then you can decide which of the sectors you would like to invest in. And again, to support that, we try to now profile the different projects in those states so that we can clearly tell you what sector or within the value chain that you can go into. Now, as a matter of fact, some of the policies we came out with to be able to encourage investment into the Nigeria economy is what we call the iGuide. And the iGuide is an online information that gives people or investors the opportunity to now go in there and dig deep down and look at the various opportunities that are available online. And if you check, it has more than 150 translations in different languages, because we know we're dealing with, of course, the foreign investors. So you can go in there and do it. Now, we acknowledge the fact that most of the investment lies in the state, and therefore we need to increase the capacity of the states to be able to promote their own states. So we came up with what we call NICPS, which is a capacity development program that would increase the capacity of the state to be able to promote their different states. In between time, we discovered even the investors have complaints. And so we needed to create a platform where those investors can sit down with the various agencies and discuss their issues, and we found problem to them. We call it the OSIC Lab. So in NIPC, we have such platform where you can come in and we sit down and discuss the problems that we have so that we can proffer solutions to them. So yeah, those are some of the various policies and initiatives that we have.
And that is the reason why a lot of Nigerians are coming home now. Yes. They know that they have the trust issue, but with the partnership with NIPC, partnership with other agencies, you're doing the due diligence, then they see the credibility of what they're investing in. Yes. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you very much, NIPC. Next booth.
We're moving on to the next stand. The
Very
next
shortly.
exhibition, one of our sponsors, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. They've been here, they've been supporting, and people in the diaspora, they hear the word mortgage, okay? They're used to mortgage. They want to know what Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria can do for them. So we'd like to hear from you. Okay?
Federal Mortgage Bank.
Thank you very much. You're most welcome. This is Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria exhibition booth. As a development financial institution, we're into basically provision of housing, housing finance. That's the basic reason for the creation of the bank. We do that through various products we have. But for you to benefit from our various products, you must be a contributor to what we call the National Housing Fund scheme, the NHF scheme. How do you become a contributor to the National Housing Fund scheme? Is by registering. Before you register, we also have to ensure that you are age 18 years and above, and you must be a Nigerian with a verifiable source of income and a steady flow of income. Once you meet this requirement, then you go to any of our branch offices. We have branch offices in all the states of the Federation. In some states, we have more than one office. In FCT here, we have 2 offices. We have a zonal office. So once you meet this requirement, then you are given what we call an NHF1 form, which you register as an employer. Then when an employer registers, then he also registers employees in his organization. So, and you are issued what you call a passbook. But we're in the process of removing passbook in our system because we are digitalizing. We have what we call a co-banking application that the Federal Mortgage Bank is launching very soon. We have different products. We have what we call the NHF loan, which qualifies you to buy an already built house from any developer in any part of this country. Then we also have what we call the rent-to-own product. The rent-to-own product is a unique financing option where contributors to the National Housing Fund move into FMBN funded estates as tenants. Over time, they become owners of those houses, but after making payment that equals the price of the house. Then we also have what we call the Cooperative Housing Development Loan, where we give cooperative societies that have parcel of land that has a good title to build houses for their members. When these houses are constructed, we also provide what we call National Housing Fund loan for members of the cooperatives to own those houses. We also have a microcredit scheme that we call the Home Renovation Loan, which we give to people that already have their houses but only want to renovate those houses. So we also have the Diaspora mortgage, which my MD has spoken during the opening ceremony, and that product will soon be launched and is meant for Nigerians living in diaspora that that wants to build or own houses in their country of residence, Nigeria. So these are some of the products the bank parades for Nigerians. But for you to benefit from these products, you must be a contributor to the National Housing Fund scheme. You are most welcome.
Thank you so much. This is
Thank
exciting.
you.
I'm sure those listening will definitely be searching online
Absolutely.
to hear more, learn more
Thank
about
you
what
very
you
much.
do. Good job. Thank you so much. So this is the final stand.
The final
Another one of
stand.
our sponsors, ASO Savings. So who will be your
ASO
spokesperson
Savings
today? Okay.
and
So tell us,
Loans
what does
coming
ASO
up
Savings
next.
have for us?
ASO Savings up
Thank
next.
you. This is ASO Savings and Loans PLC. We're primarily a primary mortgage institution. So we're just here to promote our housing. We have some houses that are up for sale. So most of the times we partner with developers, just to give developers credibility. So that because most Nigerians are always scared of doing businesses with developers. So what developers do is to partner with us, since we're a primary mortgage institution and we also provide financial services. So we partner with them to sell their houses. So in times like that, we also provide mortgages for those who don't have money to buy outrightly. So and we also give them payment plans for those who want to do payment plan or you want a mortgage options. So basically that's why we're here. So we're here just to promote that to our diasporans. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. ASO Savings is also one of our sponsors.
Thank
so
you.
we're really very grateful for the support.
Thank you very much, ASO
All right, on that
Savings.
note, we shall go to lunch.
And now we'll go for tea break. We'll have tea break as we advise everyone to return to the hall. At the back of the hall, we have opportunity for tea break. We're all invited to do that in a bit. This will be done in about 10 minutes or less. Please, let's proceed for quick tea break very quickly as we get set to have the first speeching session. Tea break quickly, please. Please, let's see everyone move towards the hall at the back. Tea break, not lunch. Tea break, not lunch. And for participants online, you're invited to organize your tea break where you are and send the bills to Badewa Adejuwe Williams, Doctor. Tea break quickly. Please, everyone in the hall, just move to the back of the hall for tea break. This will be done very quickly. The time is already counting, and we're quite behind time. Let's do this quickly, shall we? We observe the tea break. We have 9 minutes now for this to be done. There are various serving points. Locate the nearest service point. Observe the tea break as quickly as you can. And we'll be heading back for the first speeching session. For that session, we'll have rapporteurs Mr. Emmanuel Oseni and Ms. Toluwa Lokwe Adebayo. The moderators are Adetunji Anthony Adeleke, President, CEO, Minded Moves Technology LLC. Anthony Adeleke Adetunji is our moderator for the first speeching session. Note that this session's will be done briskly so we can catch up because we're quite behind schedule. Please don't get crowded at just one point. We have several points, and you can spread out to the points, including those at the back. The gentlemen in white and black will be ready to help you in this regard. We observe this tea break quickly. Thank you very much. As we expect this to be done in about the next 5-6 minutes. Tea break on now. Please note that we have other service points. The very long queue at the edge there can be cut. There's a service point just at the back over here. You can spread out to the other service points so we get this done as quickly as possible. Thank you. Tea break to be observed in another 5 minutes, and we'll be done with this. In about 5 minutes, we'll be expected to be done with this. Kindly do this as quickly as you can. Thank you. Participants online, stay on as we get ready for the next session. And it is the pitching session. We have 11 pitchers, rapporteurs, moderator, all set and good to go. Let's get ready for this. Comes up very shortly after tea break. Tea break will be observed in about 5 minutes. And then we'll be good to go. Once again, please spread out. There are other locations you can participate in the tea break. This gets over and done with in about 5 minutes. Peaches, Kathleen Erimo, Ademola Hassan, Eze Kingsley, Chijioke Ahaneko, Odiakosa Obaze, Toby Anifowoshe, Ozoechina Chuma, Oludare Fajimolu, and Andrew Odoy. Please get ready for your pitching session. All the announced speakers will be taking the first session, pitching session 1. That happens very shortly. Interventionist engineer Adekunle Ajiboye, CEO Agimatics, will also be getting ready for this. We're getting tea break rounded off in another 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we get done with this. Thank you. We'll get this done as quickly as we can as we get ready to proceed for the next session, the pitching session 1. Participants online, thank you for hanging in there. And like I said, you can observe tea break and send the bill I'll tell you who to send the bill to as soon as tea break is over. Tea break observed in another 3 minutes, please. In 3 minutes, we should be done with tea break. In 3 minutes, we should be done. Better position to tell you. 2 minutes more, we'll be done with tea break. Gentlemen and ladies, we need to get this done, over and done with as quickly as we can. In 2. First speech-in session set to begin. Rapporteurs, Mr. Emmanuel Hosseini, Ms. Toluwalope Adebayo. A moderator, Adetunji Anthony Adeleke, President CEO, Minded Moves Technologies Limited, LLC. Tea break will be concluded in a bit. You're advised to get this over and done with as quickly as you can. All participants are advised to always wear their tags to indicate that you're registered. The tea break session closing very shortly. The tea break session will be closing in about 60 seconds. That's 1 minute. The tea break session closing in 60 seconds. We'll be ready to return for pitching session 1 in a bit. Pitching session 1 on ICT and technology. Tea break to be concluded in 30 seconds. We'll be concluding this in 30 seconds. Dr. Kachi on the move. And tea break almost concluded. We're getting set, shall we, for pitching session 1. It's ICT and technology, the vogue of the moment. Please get ready for this. We need to do this in lightning speed, so we'll play catch up. Service points concluding in a bit. Movements back to the hall noticed already as we get set to kickstart Peach Session 1. Peaches Kudimatsu Nigeria Limited, Asimi Tech Solutions Limited, Nairaxi, Ntapi Incorporated, Shores Impact, Amatnau Group Incorporated, Anadata Limited, NESD PLC, and Value Talk. All Peaches in ICT and technology ready in a beat. In 10 seconds, we should be good to go. Tea break should be concluded now. Would love to see everyone return to the hall. Let's get this over and done with and return to the hall, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you that online participants are done with tea break, and quite a number of them waiting for the physical participants right here in the State House Banquet Hall. Tea break concluded in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Peachin Session 1. It's on ICT and technology, and we're set to roll. Please join us as we will be inviting our Peaches, our moderators, and every other person involved to join us in a beat. Physical participants are invited back to the hall as we get set to begin Peachin Session 1. It's ICT and technology. Rapporteurs, Mr. Emmanuel Oseni, Ms. Toluwalope Adebayo. Peaches Kudimatsu Nigeria Limited. Peaches notes that you need to be ready and on time. If you're not, we move to the next feature. Peaches Kudimatsu Nigeria Limited. Number 1. Asimi Tech Solutions Limited. Number 2. The Industry Mobility and On-Demand Services Nairaxi stands gallantly at number 3. Ntapi Incorporated, number 4. Shores Impact, number 5. Amatnau Group Incorporated, number 6. Anadata Limited, number 7. NESD PLC at number 8. And Value Talk at number 9. We're set to start Peachin. Physical participants are invited back to the hall as we kickstart the Peachin session. Please return to the hall. because we're approaching lunchtime, so tea break doesn't turn to lunchtime. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is a hybrid event. And we need to be conscious that we have a lot of participants online and waiting. Gentlemen and ladies at the booths during the exhibition may wish to know that you have a couple of questions from the online audience. You may want to get someone hook up to the online platform so you can take those questions and answer them. There are questions for ASO Savings and Loans. There are questions for Zenith Bank. There are questions for Echo Bank online. And a lot of questions for the Federal Mortgage Bank also online. FBN. You may want to hook up and connect. Our peaches will be ready in a bit and we'll be good to go. Our moderator, Mr. Adetunji Anthony Adeleke, President CEO, Minded Moves Technology, is live and on the spot here with us, and we'll be inviting him shortly. But while we get that ready, we want our features to be identified in the hall. Kudimatu Nigeria Limited. Is Kudimatu Nigeria Limited there? Asimi Tech Solutions Limited. Asimi Tech Solutions there. Nairaxi is very gallantly seated. Tapi Incorporated. And Tapi Incorporated is in Tapi Incorporated here in the hall. Please note the pictures. You lose your time, you may not regain it. The moderator is very conscious of time. Pictures confirmation ongoing. Tapi Incorporated in the hall. Tapi Incorporated seems missing. Shows impact. It shows impact in the hall. Shows impact. Amatnau Group Incorporated in the hall. Amatnau, there. Anadata Limited, there. NASD PLC, there. Value Talk. Value Talk. Is Value Talk in the hall? Value Talk. Not there. So we're ready with teachers, about 6 of them in the hall. This session will be for ICT and technology. Tea break is over now, and we want to ask everyone to return to the hall. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we began this session today with a plenary session, and we had an opportunity to listen to a couple of people on the plenary session. We also had, joining us earlier, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. For the plenary session, she had a speech for us, Reshaping Nigeria's Business Landscape. She was here earlier and is here now. We'll be giving her a quick opportunity to do that now before we move to the pitching session. We ask once again that everyone returns to the hall as we get set to take Dr. Jumoke Oduwole on reshaping Nigeria's business landscape. Thank you very much for returning. We're all set now. Remember, we'll be taking the first pitching session. The moderator is set, and every one of the pitchers, most of them, are ready. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just before we move on to the pitching session, I have the pleasure to invite to speak to us on reshaping Nigeria's business landscape, the Secretary, Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PBEC. Please welcome Dr. Jumoke Oduwole to make her presentation now. A round of applause will be appropriate. Dr. Jumoke, you're welcome. The slides will also be put up immediately. Please do give her a round of applause as we expect her up now. Thank you, Dr. Jumoke. We'd like to have the slides for Dr. Oduwole put up now on the screen. There they are. Slides up. We're set and good to roll. Ease of Doing Business Seminar, Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. While we wait for Dr. Oduwole, we ask our pitchers once again to get set. In the countdown and the checkup, we checked for Ntapi Incorporated. Is Ntapi Incorporated in the hall now? Shaw's Impact. Is Shaw's Impact in the hall now? Shaw's Impact is there, and we have Value Talk in the hall. Please make your pitching session and speeches as short as possible so we can meet up with the time. We now welcome Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have the slides, please? I hope you've had an interesting time so far with the exhibitions, and I hope you all stopped by the PBEC stand. Did everyone stop by the PBEC stand?
Most people did.
So who didn't stop by the PBEC stand? Why? Who did not stop by the PBEC stand? So you all stopped by the PBEC stand? Great. So that makes my job easier. I'll just go on to the next slide. So the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council was established in July of 2016. The mandate is twofold: to remove bureaucratic bottlenecks and also to improve the perception of ease of doing business in Nigeria, which, as we all know, is not very easy, but was really, really worse in 2015 than it is now. So after doing some due diligence since immediately the administration came up in 2015, and looking at global best practices and how other countries have been able to move their business climate, improve things, really through coordination and collaboration. The council was established. It's chaired by His Excellency the Vice President. It has about 13 honorable ministers on the council, the secretary to the government, the head of civil service, the central bank governor, representation from the National Assembly, the judiciary, state governments, AMAC, that's a local government in Abuja, and of course the private sector. And I mentioned the mandate was twofold. Next slide, please. So we at the Secretariat, a team of young Nigerians. I'm not a young Nigerian, but my team is really young. The average age is about 35 and about 65% female. Very dynamic young team. You met some of them at the booth earlier. Work on the reforms with ministries, departments, and agencies. So we co-create, we co-design the reforms, and we think through the 6 priority areas that the team identified that we spend quite a bit of attention on because of their affinity with young entrepreneurs is agribusiness, light manufacturing, the creative sector, the tech sector, transport and logistics, and decentralized power. Now that's where, as you know, there are not a lot of jobs, hanging around waiting for people, and Nigerians are really entrepreneurial, and a lot of you out there will be looking for areas to plug into and where you can make your investments at home, here at home. So those are some of the fastest growing areas where a lot of dynamism and entrepreneurship and capital is flowing. If you take the tech sector, for instance, Nigeria was certainly the highest recipient of FDI on the continent last year, and we have about 6 unicorns now. A lot happening in that space, particularly fintech, but not just fintech, agri-tech, edu-tech, health tech, so many things going on. So those are our 6 priority areas. Now, what we do is we work with, it's quite a large intervention, so I'm going to try to succinctly summarize. We work with all arms and levels of government, so I'll start with the National Assembly. We've been able to pass 3 legislations. We passed 2 in 2017 on access to credit. So there was one legislation that was needed by the credit bureaus. All of you in the diaspora know that you need a credit score, you need credit histories. Well, we have credit bureaus here in Nigeria. We have about 3 vibrant ones, and they needed a legal framework to underpin the work that they do, working with the banks. So we passed that legislation in collaboration with the National Assembly. And then we also passed the legislation in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria, who had established a collateral registry. And the meaning of the collateral registry is that businesses, small businesses, could use their movable property. You don't have to have a landed property in Abuja or Lagos or, for the banks to lend you money. You could use your movable property if it's registered on the National Collateral Registry. So banks know that you're not playing games, you're not going to move your inventory from Kano to Jigawa just because you want to get loans from 2 separate banks. So that was the work of the bill, that bill that became an act, a Secured Credit Act in 2017. We also worked on the Companies and Allied Matters Act. Now that is the pivotal, it's the most important business climate legislation in Nigeria, the CAMA. It was passed in 1990 as a decree, and at that time it was cutting edge, but time came and overtook us, and it became very dated. It hadn't been overhauled in about 30 years. So we collaborated with a wide range of stakeholders to pass the Companies and Allied Matters Act, to reenact it in 2020. It was signed August 2020 by Mr. President. We collaborated with the National Assembly, with the Corporate Affairs Commission, with the Ministry of Justice, and with a wide range of private sector lawyers, a number of lawyers. The Nigerian Bar Association section of business law collaborated with us on that. Right now, in the legal space, we have a business facilitation bill that has gone through. It's been passed by the House, and it's at the public hearing stage before 3rd reading at the Senate. And I'll talk a bit more about that later. But those are the kinds of things we do with the legislature. With the judiciary, which is number 2 over there, we've worked with the Court of Appeal to make sure that their judgments are electronic. More importantly, perhaps, we work with state judiciaries to make sure that they have small claims courts. I believe I may have mentioned that our mandate is specifically directed at small and medium-sized enterprises. And the reason is simple. MSMEs drive about 48% of the GDP of Nigeria, and they account for over 84% of jobs. So they create 84% of the jobs we have in Nigeria. So we have to support them, especially the micro ones and even the nano ones, to get them into the formal sector. So a lot of the reforms we work on are geared at supporting that particular demographic. So with the judiciary, the small claims courts, about 8 states now have, with Rivers being the latest state to establish the small claims court just last week. Lagos was the first in 2018, and since that time has dispatched about 4,000 cases through the magistracy, their small claims courts. They have about 19 small claims courts sitting in Lagos State Magistracy. Kano State was the second, and Kano State has dispatched over 1,000 cases. We have other states like Jigawa, Ekiti, Edo, Ogun, Nasarawa that have small claims courts. We work with the state government, and I'll speak a bit more about that also. Since 2017, we started collaborating through the National Economic Council, also chaired by the Vice President, to replicate the PEBEC model across all subnationals. That's all state governments and the FCT. The governors unanimously agreed to replicate the PEBEC model, and I'll talk a bit more about what that means practically later on in the presentation. Now, at the federal level, we concentrate a lot on the regulators that interface with small and medium-sized enterprises like the Corporate Affairs Commission, NAFDAC, Customs, Immigration, Trademarks Office, all the agencies, all the regulators. We have about 13 priority ones, but at PEBEC we track about 55 of them through the Executive Order 001. Now, speaking of Executive Order 001, that was the first executive order of this administration. It was signed in 2017, May 2017, and it just lists a number of things concerning efficiency and transparency. When we started the intervention and we looked at it, do you want to say something to me? Yes? Time? I could stop now. You know that I came here and you started late. I came here again, you were at the stands, and I agreed to come back a third time because I believe that they deserve to know, and Nigerians in the diaspora deserve to know. And I haven't spoken 5 minutes. The people have spoken.
My father taught me not to answer ladies. I'm a gentleman, so I'll let you go on.
You're a gentleman.
But your time will be ended very shortly.
You're a gentleman. And
I'm a gentleman, so I'll just stay.
I'm a lawyer.
I understand.
And I know my rights. And the power rests with the people.
I understand. I'll be waiting.
Okay. So anyway, I'll talk a bit about EO1 shortly, but let me run through the slides quickly, and we can take this conversation further, and my team will be with you for the entire 3 days. Next slide, please. Some of our accolades, I'll leave those. Next slide. These are just some of the things that we work on. We work on seaports and airports. Many of you travel in and out, and you know the pains you felt traveling through Nigerian airports. You've seen Abuja Airport completed by this administration. You've seen Port Harcourt Airport, Kano, Kaduna, runways in Enugu. You've seen Lagos Airport opened. Seaports, we've been working very hard to try to institute a single window. We're a trading nation, and we need a Papa gridlock. We need a number of things so that, especially with AFCFTA, Nigerian businesses are able to import their inputs and export their produce. I talked a bit about the human intervention. So basically, in summary, we work on people issues, we work on processes, and we work to a lesser extent on infrastructure. But we want to make sure that the time is reduced, the cost is reduced, and that there's more transparency. So transparency is the antidote to corruption, and efficiency is the antidote to bureaucracy, and technology is the key to unlocking those two things. So I'll leave that slide, and I'll go on to the next slide, which talks a bit about some of the reforms that we've done. And these slides will be available to you. Registering a business online, you can do that from anywhere in the world. E-filing and e-payment of taxes, visas on arrival. I hope some of you have used those. National Collateral Registry, I mentioned that earlier. Trademarks registries, those are some of the other interventions. I'll talk a bit about the subnational intervention, because I promised that, and because businesses are domiciled in states, not at the federal level. Now, we partnered with NEC since 2017 to make sure that state governments are also working on regulatory issues, on tax issues, on skills issues, on infrastructure, on security issues, to make sure that businesses are enabled at the state level. To facilitate that, there are two things that we've done. We have a ranking. So we have our inaugural subnational ease of doing business report that was released last year. Gombe was first, and you can read the report to find out why, and all the other states, I believe, well, I won't tell you who was last, you can check it up, but where each state ranks and why. And then we also have a program that we're just starting. We co-designed it with the World Bank. There's $750 million on the table for 3 years to attract states to deliver reforms, and then they get a reimbursement on lending through the federal government. What that does is that it deepens and consolidates these reforms that we're talking about. Next slide, and next, 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 next. Yeah, just to tell you a bit about how we do what we do so that you can also get involved. It's an iterative process. We listen to the private sector, and then we work hand in hand with ministries, departments, and agencies. We don't just tell them this is what you're supposed to do. We always co-design and co-create and co-implement. So ours is a transformation office to support our very hardworking public and civil servants to deliver these reforms for you. And yours is to tell us where the shoe is pinching so that there's a fit, there's a synergy. Just to tell you some of the tools, next step, we rank the executive orders agencies, 55 of them, so you can see the methodology and how they're performing each agency. So we've done that since 2018, a year after the executive order was signed. Next slide. We also have our ReportGov app. I'm sure that you've been told about that at the stand. You can download it from Google Play or the iStore. From anywhere in the world, you can just put in whatever complaints or feedback. Please compliment them when they do reforms that you like so that there's a positive reinforcement. Next slide. That's ReportGov. Next slide. We also have a bunch of materials, and they're all available electronically. Annual reports, the subnational report I talked about, and the second edition will be coming out soon. The Lituation tour, next slide. We went around the country. We've been around the country several times since 2016. I've been privileged to visit about 30 states now in Nigeria. Such a beautiful country, amazing people, amazing food, beautiful topography, lots to see. You don't know your country, visit, plan holidays, come, go around. Nothing has happened to me, and I've been traveling round and round and round with my team. Lituation Tour was targeted at young Nigerians in the 6 priority sectors I talked about. Every governor that hosted just put aside their speeches and spoke to the MSMEs and just listened to them and addressed some of their issues. Not only that, next slide, we have our PEBEC Awards, where we recognize private sector that partner with us, and of course our hardworking public and civil servants, both at the federal and state level, that have delivered reforms for the Nigerian economy. Finally, to celebrate PEBEC at 5 last year, next slide please, we staged a play, and that play, that production was aired. It's online actually, but it was restaged during Independence Day here in Abuja, and it will be on again in Lagos free of charge for 3 days for Nigerians from the 30th to the 1st of January. So if you're in Lagos anytime over Christmas, please join us for that with your family. It's free. You just register online and you can join us. Last slide, just to say that there's no magic bullet. It's hard work. It's very granular work. It's about institutionalizing the reforms. Collaboration really does make the dream work, and it's a journey of continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duwale. Amazing food, amazing people. Not sure if you've met this amazing MC, Dr. Tokwe Ojeme. All right, please another round of applause for Dr. Jumoke Duwale. Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on swiftly now, shall we? And I'll take the opportunity to once again say to our teachers and to everyone who is here that we started a bit late because, of course, we're waiting for a couple of people to join us. And we need to play catch-up, so we want to appeal to everyone who has to speak to as much as possible. You may need to try not just to keep to the time, but make it brisk and straight to the point. Let me welcome our moderator, a gentleman, President, CEO, Minded Moves Technology LLC. Please welcome Adetunji Anthony Adeleke, our moderator for this speeching session. He will be moderating this session on ICT and technology. Rapporteurs, Mr. Emmanuel Oseni and Ms. Toluwalope Adebayo. Our teachers would ask you to be seated as much as possible in front. So as we call you, you will be coming up immediately. Kudimata Nigeria Limited. Kudimata, I guess that's what it is. Kudimata Nigeria Limited. Asimi Tech Solutions Limited. Nairaxi. Ntapi Incorporated, I'm told they're online, or are they here physically? Shaw's Impact, I'm sure they're online. Matnow Group Incorporated, Anadata Limited, NASD PLC, and Value Talk. I'll now hand the microphone over to the moderator as we begin. Teachers have 3 minutes each, and we'll be keeping to time. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, please another round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. I'm an active guy. I like moving about. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. It's our pleasure to be here to listen to the good and great things members of the community are doing. Brilliant young Nigerians that have something to offer the nation. My name is Adetunji Anthony Adeleke. And without taking much of our time, I am always impressed when people create. It's about creativity. And when we give the right environment, talking about the kind of things that the Presidential Enabling Business Community, PEBEC, has been doing, those are the things that create the right environment. But when you create the environment and the infrastructure, it's always good that people make use of it. So let's see how our various speakers have been able to tap into some of their creativity and the infrastructure that the government and the society is providing. Because some might even say part of what they do is not involved with the government yet. But without much ado, let's call the first speaker from Kudimata Nigeria Limited, Kathleen Erimu. You have 5 minutes in all, 3 minutes for the pitch, and 2 minutes for Q&A. Thank you.
Yet become a plague to many Nigerians. With millions of Nigerians faced with critical challenges of low financial literacy, driven with anxiety, losses, worrying, and pain, there lies the need for financial answers to unanswered financial questions. Kudimata, a financial community that inspires financial literacy, advisory, inclusion, solutions, and trust, with an identity that inspires freedom. Idepenu Talk, for the millions of Nigerians who needs to be heard and helped. To reflect everyone in need of financial answers, we built a community where users may find answers, solutions, and support. In one app, you can learn, grow, and network. Kudi matter. If they pain you, talk.
So, need I say so much? Kudi matter was bettered to bridge the financial gap between users and financial service providers. It is clear that we all lack basic financial education. Currently, we all hear financial inclusion, financial inclusion. We talk so much about money, but guess what? The bedrock for which financial inclusion would work is totally lacked. On that basis, Kudi Matter was created to bridge that financial gap for financial advisory, financial education, business support, and empowerment. Kudi Matter is a financial community where you have, so I liken it to the Uber of the financial community. So on Kudi Matter, you have users and you have professionals that are available to answer basic financial questions, to educate and to support. Where you have questions, your unanswered questions, your unanswered problems and solutions in the financial aspect, you have professionals on Kudi Matter platform available to answer. Here, we need all of us to invest not only in ourselves, but in our children and in Nigeria as a whole. Kudi Matter, money matters. That's why we are all here. And basic financial education is what will take us to the next level. Kudi Matter. Kudi Matter. If they pain you,
talk.
Talk.
3 minutes, done. If they pain me. You're on, Mr. Moderator.
Hello.
Yes, you're on. You're on.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the question and answer for Kudi Matter. Are there members of the audience that have a question or from online?
If you have a question online, please indicate by raising your hand electronically. We'll identify you and you'll be able to ask your question. If you have a question, physically?
There's a gentleman behind.
Okay.
There's someone at the back. Can you give him mic, please?
Where's the gentleman? Please raise your hands again.
Okay. Can you stand
please
up,
come forward. Please come forward
please
quickly.
Come forward.
Come forward quickly. Here.
Good morning. Hello?
Please go ahead.
My name is Organ Erike.
Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
My name is Organ Erike. So, from your very short, beautiful presentation, the question I would like to ask is, how are you able to more or less moderate the financial advice that people actually get on your platform? Because when you say there are professionals and there are people who also have questions, how are we sure that, okay, those professionals are not pushing, are not more or less selling what they feel somebody should get, instead of probably giving the person the best financial advice that the person would actually need?
He's talking about, are there due diligence in the quality?
So before any consultant or expert is recruited on Kudi Matter, they go through a proper, strict recruitment process where their educational stand and their qualifications are well checked before they come on board the Kudi Matter platform.
Thank you. So she just mentioned that there is quality check in recruitment of the professionals that provide the advice.
Yes.
Thank you very much. One more question, if there is any, before she's able to go and we call the next person.
That will be all, Mr. Moderator.
All right. Thank you very much.
She has an exhibition booth,
good.
so more questions can
She
be
has
directed.
a booth at the exhibition stand, and we'll want people to follow up offline if there are more questions. Thank you very much.
Kudi Mata, did they pay you? Talk. Next.
Yeah, there is a group of people. There was a team from SME Tech Solutions. Is their representative here? They mentioned about doing something about online grocery store. Is that correct?
That's SME Tech Solutions Limited.
Please come forward, Mr. Ademola Hassan, to make your presentation.
Mr. Demola Hassan, your time starts now. It's already counting.
All right, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is actually Adebayo Fabamiche. Ademola Hassan is my colleague who's over there. Yes, I stand on all existing protocol. So just a quick introduction. SME Tech, SME basically is a credit reporting and rating solution that we have, dreamt up. It is still in the idea stage, but we have sort of walked through essentially what it will be doing. So let me just start from from the next one. So that's essentially what it is. What are the problems? The problems, there are a myriad of problems with respect to credit access. We're talking about the inability to actually access credits, particularly long-term finance by medium and small-scale enterprises, because, of course, we only rely basically on financial data. We don't rely on particular assets when people are applying to, for long-term finance with respect to small and medium enterprises. We also have the issue of the predatory credit system, which the FCCPC has recently gone after, and suicides arising from the use of social capital in forcing people to repay loans. So these systems currently exist, and of course they are very inefficient in making people access proper credit. We have a few businesses which have tried. We have buy now pay laters, we have microcredits, we have Carbon, AILA, and all these people. But at the same time, they are relying on very inefficient data, in rating people to ensure that they get what they are doing. So what essentially would SME do? SME would work on 2 points. The first one is aggregating financial information and then putting it in a structured report. Then also pushing financial offers from third-party credit providers, so that when you impute your financial details, properties, verifications are done, and everything is assessed, a report is generated, and that report then shows you what credit levels you can access from different credit providers. And then you can just directly from that system apply for loans, apply for short-term finance, apply for long-term finance directly from that system. We also have the other end, which is the API access, which would allow third-party financial providers to then access your report by entering by linking it and then entering a one-time password. They have API access to our system, and then they can generate the report and then advise you on individual credit systems. So some people say, how do you want to make money? Well, it's pretty simple. We have a percentage from transactions that are executed on the SME system, as well as API call fees, which we would obviously put in place.
1 more minute.
Okay. Yes. So what we are doing right now is we are raising to actually develop the product, trying to apply to the CBN sandbox, because there is the Credit Reporting Act, which currently exists, as well as the CBN licensing framework for credit bureaus, which will take, of course, much more financial strength to scale over. So, but we are raising the pre-seed funds right now to build that product and then make sure that the product is live in the CBN sandbox before we then, proceed to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that correction. It's a credit reporting tool, and it comes just after the presentation talking about how Nigerians can have better access to credit. And let's know if there are questions from the audience here first before we check online. I hope someone is helping us to monitor online. There's someone in the audience here, the madam in front here, in the...
Okay, we have...
Hello, on this side. There's someone...
This way, up here. If you have questions online, please indicate by raising your hand electronically. We'll identify you and the moderator will give you access.
Hello, good afternoon. That was a nice speech, but I have a question. If if a person you approve of defaults in their credit, how do you get your money back?
Yeah, so we do not actually provide the loans. We just aggregate information, the user's financial information, as well as the offers available from financial institutions, and then match them. So the approval, the final loan approval, is left to the financial service provider, and not us. We just recommend and say, this is what this person has, this is our own rating of what this person can do. And then you then take it off from there with that information.
Thank you. I'm very glad hearing about some of the solutions that we have already. It's like Credit Karma, if many people are familiar with that. Credit Karma is something popular in the United States, and our society is growing towards a situation whereby people can freely have access to credit in a way that we can be able to provide more opportunities for our creative industries. Thank you. Any other question? Anyone
over
online or in the audience? Okay, yes. Please go ahead.
Right, yeah, my name is Kachio Kezie. I'm one of the organizers here. Thank you for setting out what you propose to offer Nigerians there. I note that you weren't specifically asking for an investment. I think yours is more about building up awareness of the service that you offer. As the moderator said, Credit Karma, Experian, and all of them, there are 4 major ones. What are the big issues with them now in Europe as well, particularly in Europe, is the issue of data sharing. Because of the general data protection regulations. I'm a data protection lawyer myself. How, obviously you are at the ground floor of this, trying to start and go up. I think that this is the right time now, before you scale, to consider how you're going to deal with the issue of GDPR. Nigeria is currently about to I think it's gone through second reading on our own local version of the GDPR. Why don't you consider now to get your voices represented in that process? Because if it passes in the form as that we have it in the UK, you may not have any business to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, I mean, if our industry is completely regulated, and I believe that if we keep in line with the CBN regulation which currently exists, with respect to licensing credit bureaus, we may be able to, of course, go through. But with respect to data sharing, I mean, lawful consent is an exception to that. And we are taking that information, we are not giving it to them, we are using our own algorithm to assess the opportunities and presenting you with that opportunity. You on your own, the user in itself, clicks an opportunity and then applies. So you make that information available. We are not sharing any user data in the real sense of it. You're giving us that data, we are keeping it, and then you then opt to share with the financial service provider.
Okay, thank you. Please look into that. There are other parts into some of what you said too. Because of our time, thanks so much for representing your company.
Thank you.
And can we have Mr. Isaac Kingsley from Nairaxi, a mobility solution? He's the gentleman that is wearing a jacket like a true Nigerian.
Yes,
green, white, green.
Nairaxi on the move, a video coming up now.
Integrated smart mobility solution for all Nigerians. We created an app called Nairaxi. With this app, we're integrating your bus networks, your taxi networks, your tricycle, your train networks, in the sense that there's something for everybody on the mobile application.
Our main target is the mass mobility and logistics market. We are working with the government and our esteemed partners in championing a nationwide adoption of an integrated and intermodal transport solution for Nigerians.
Joe Idehaluese is my name, representing the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation. If there is anything that the Ministry of Transportation desires, it is the intervention in the road transport system. And what the solution provider, Nairaxi is a solution provider. What this solution provider has brought in is what the ministry has been addressing or trying to address, particularly in the past 3-4 years. So at a time like this, that Nairaxi is coming in, I think it will help the system, the ministry will begin to see improvement, or the country rather, will begin to see improvement in the road transport system.
So why did we create Nairaxi? We know that Nigeria is spending over 6 trillion naira on the fuel subsidy, in the sense that the government is trying to subsidize the cost of transportation, the cost of logistics for Nigerians. So imagine if the government can invest 600 billion naira, which is just like 10% of the current fuel subsidy cost. Imagine the impact it will make on our road transportation infrastructure, getting them integrated, making it reliable, making it convenient, making it safe, because this is the reason why people don't take public transportation. So the goal is simple: bring the cost of transportation down, make it integrated, connect everybody of any income cadre. You know, you could book your as low as your tricycle on Nairaxi mobile application. We're also going to be employing smart technology, for example, renewable energy. Hopefully, we've had meetings with NADDC, Nigerian Automotive Design Council. They created the first electric car in Nigeria, Mr. Jelani Aliyu. We've had series of meetings with the DG, and we hope that one day we could have electric taxis running in most major cities in Nigeria. We're also hoping to retrofit most of our buses with to run on CNG to bring the cost down. We're also hoping that rideshare becomes a thing, carpooling, just to get Nigerians to drop their cars. Because if you have a robust, beautiful, convenient public transportation system in your country, you don't need to drive. Go to London, you can use the train network, you can use the black cab. Go to New York, you can use the famous yellow taxi. In New York City, you drop your car, you hop on a taxi, you get to where you are going. Go to South Korea, their bus network is one of the best. Go to China, they have Didi, ride share, ride hailing is part of all those things that they bring on board, and they make life very, very easy and convenient for everybody. So this is the vision for the brand, and we hope that you would see where we are going with our organization. In any way you want, you can reach out to us on our website, www.nairaxi.ng. Go there, read some of the creative things that we have. The on-demand logistics is also an arm of Nairaxi, because logistics and electronic commerce, you can buy things on the app, you could send your parcel on the app, because all these have like a very, very vertical and horizontal integration that has to do with mobility, electronic commerce, and logistics, and this drives an economy.
Yeah, the video is a bit long. Can we pause it?
if it's not over.
That's all.
So it's taking more than 3 minutes, but I'll give you 30 seconds to just make a quick speech or summary to this audience.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for taking your time to watch that video.
30 seconds, please.
Slide 1. Yep. So that's our company. Nairaxi is a ride-sharing and an on-demand e-commerce logistics platform where users can request for taxi, bus rides, and ship their valuable packages using the Nairaxi mobile application. We are a for-profit organization, and our revenue comes from driver's commission, transit card payment. This is a transit card. We hope that 60 million Nigerians would use this card, just like the Oyster card in the UK or the Metro card in the US, to access bus rides, train rides, taxi, tricycle services via the mobile application. So everything at slide 1, it pretty much summarizes everything that we do. Our apps are on the App Store, and we're looking for partnership investment. What are we asking for? We're looking at $2.5 million for 25% equity. They're removing the fuel subsidy by next year. So Nigeria wants to go off the subsidy. So we spend 6 trillion, average of 10 billion every year on subsidizing PMS. With Nairaxi, we could reduce that drastically to up to 50%, because logistics, transportation accounts for over 60% of what we actually spend our subsidy money on. So this saves a lot of costs for Nigerians. So thank you, everyone, for listening. And I accept any questions from the audience.
Any questions from the audience? Even before the audience talks, I've not seen any hands. It's a multimodal transport technology solution that they are offering, and we hope that integration will provide that desired savings they are talking about. We hope there will be a way to measure that concretely. So, any question online as well? Okay, if there are no questions...
Just one question online.
Okay, go ahead.
Is asking, Nairaxi, how do you connect with the ordinary Nigerian? How does what you're doing connect with the ordinary Nigerians?
Thank you for that question. Like I stated, the goal is to get the transit card into as many hands as possible. Connecting to all Nigerians, you could have the app on your phone. We're working with Ministry of Federal Road Transportation, Federal Ministry of Transportation, so that this could become like a national policy. Also working with FCT and state governments, so that this platform becomes something that makes rides affordable for all Nigerians. So it's not a luxury anymore. It just becomes a basic need for every Nigerian. That's why the motto of our company is mobility for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks. If there aren't, I have a quick point for clarifications in case there are investors here interested in the solution. You mentioned that on your ask, that you need $2.5 million for a 25% equity stake. Do you have current figures of your performance? Because that's also of maybe your sales so far, your market penetration and things like that could endear investors to you. Can you do that in another 20 seconds?
Yes, so we are post pre-seed, for example. We've spent lots of money to build the technological infrastructure, which is the apps itself, which is the marketing, building bridges with federal government and all that. So we have like data points to show what we have achieved so far. We have thousands of drivers already signed up. We have validated the market. We have at least 2-year empirical data to show how many people make use of our services and the upside that could come from it.
Any revenue figures with that, please?
I think this is a public platform.
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Okay,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Moderator,
much for your time.
Princess MKO Online has her hands up and she's online.
Okay. Princess MKO, please ask your question in about 20 seconds. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for this summit. So in other words, you're saying that it's going to be cheaper than Uber and Bolt. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. For example, we are very creative with our company. Our buses, our taxis, you can advertise on their bodies. So we make money just because we can't go through all the slides because of time. So people pay to advertise on Naraxi taxis. Go to tricycles, you see the back. So we make money via advertisement. So when a driver makes money via advertisement, in-app entertainment, in-cab entertainment, we can actually give a discount. And also on the energy part, that's why we really look at going off the regular PMS, going for CNG that cuts your cost down, going for electrification, hopefully in the nearest future, depending on how successful we get. So we could offer a better service with, better value for your money. So in the sense, cheaper than any of our competitors. And Nigeria is a big country. There's no way we can't survive. Didi is there in China. You have Grab in Southeast Asia. You have, what do you call it, Ola in India. These are indigenous ride-hailing, ride-sharing platforms because of the sheer population they have in their countries. And they are very, very successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. It's good that we hear that it's also eco-friendly. We're talking of climate change and how to make things better for the environment. Thank you for your time. We'll call on the next person. We've not confirmed that Chijioke Ahaineku of Intapi is here. Is Intapi in the audience before we move to the next person?
I'm told he's online and he's ready.
Okay. He's online, so yes. He will join us online.
He's already there.
Please, Chijioke, please go ahead and share what Intapi does.
3 minutes. Your time starts now. It's already counted.
Please go ahead. Can you unmute yourself, or can the organizer unmute him? Okay. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Chijioke, please.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, put it in presentation mode if you don't mind, if that's what you intend to. We can see your screen. Your time is counting. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone from Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Chijioke Ahaineku, and I'm the founder and CEO of Intapi. We are making accessible education fun and affordable for Africans. Have you ever asked why students spend most of the time on social media? And when comparing social networks, we don't compare them with e-learning platforms. At Intapi, the problem we're solving is that 69.8 million Nigerian homes speak Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo as their first language, and high-quality education is inaccessible in Nigeria, both financially and culturally. At Intapi, we're here to change the narrative. Intapi is being an edtech marketplace for generational learners, and we're democratizing the teaching of digital business and vocational skills in different Nigerian languages for educators and SMBs, corporations, and foundations through bite-sized micro-chain and social network experience. We're bidding for the African online education market projected towards $77 billion by 2026, and currently 4.2 hours is spent per person in mobile apps every day. With users paying on average $5 per class per year, our serviceable obtainable market is worth $130 million of 20 million smartphone users of 25 years and below in Nigeria. And our total addressable market is worth $2 billion of 395 million internet users of 35 years and below in Africa. We believe learning should be social, and creating a class or course by an educator or business should be as easy as making a tweet. On Intapi, you only learn from where you follow. You search for relevant courses with ease. You socialize with learners and educators within course materials, and you can create a class or course in less than 5 minutes. And as an educator, you can organize virtual classrooms as course materials where students interact with themselves and also with you. Our business model. Currently, we're executing on service commission charge of 12% on premium cost per enroll from edu creators. And we're projecting to have ads to generate revenue, which is in pipeline, where edu creators can promote their course content to gain much from learners on the platform and beyond. Our go-to-market strategy, we're currently executing through in-person sales, social media, and email cold outreach, and we're planning on partnering with corporations, institutions, and foundations through B2B marketing. And so far, we've had ambassadors in communities and in schools, both here in Nigeria and in Ghana. Attraction so far, we are currently live on Google Play Store. We've had 560 plus users on board, and we've served 95 plus courses, and we've been having a 27% month-over-month growth. We've been having positive reviews from users on Google Play Store, and we're projected to have 79K users, 1K courses, and 100K ARR in first year, and 300K ARR in 3 years. The team, myself, the founder, Chijike Ahanuka, I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm a local pathway fellow, and I'm also a Financial Times SDG Challenger finalist for SDG4. My teammate, Chimudalu Ezepo, she's a social media manager, a seasoned content creator and social media manager. And we're being advised by top industry experts. Our partners and investors, we have Foster Capital, who's our technical partner in Dubai in the UAE, and the Alchemist Accelerator in the US. Our roadmap, in Q1 2022, we integrated course completion indicator to help educators track their course completion ratio and learners track their course enrollment to completion ratio. And in Q2, started building team and implements robust objectionable user-generated content moderating system, whereby users and learners can report courses and also profiles of educators that are not in alignment with our community guidelines. And in Q3 2022, we implemented localization so we can penetrate more states in Nigeria and go beyond Africa. And we started processing course sales in USD with potential to process course sales in crypto. Q4 2022, we're looking at start offering micro degree certifications, which is still in pipeline, and we're looking at releasing our iOS and web app. So we're better because we are an EdTech social network marketplace. We are an all-in-one solution for learners and also educational content, educational creators. We're asking for 250K pre-seed capital for further product development, administration and operational costs, and also for marketing and sales, and access to the African market and ventures that own smartphone original equipment manufacturing license. So we can have the Untappy app pre-installed on Android devices that are being shipped to Africa. This is the ARC's breakdown by the side. If you can see, we'll be having more funding focused on marketing and sales. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's partner and educate Africa one community at a time.
Thank you. Nice solution in the education sector. Are there questions? Do we have question online for Intapi app? It's education and culturally sensitive provision of education in a fun way. It's a combo, right? Chijoke. It's a combo solution.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. If there are no questions in the audience, what about in our online platform?
No questions online.
That means you caught our time. Thanks for saving us some time.
Yeah.
And we hope the investors here have had you and they'll get to you offline. Thank you. Next is Mr. Odiakosa Obaze of Shores Impact. He's an honorable gentleman that I've seen presented once before. Let's make sure others have the same. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Adjust your microphone, please.
Shores Impact. Odiako.
You have slides?
Obaze.
Yes,
Please
I
go
have
ahead.
slides.
Your time starts now.
Okay, my name is Odiaka Obaze, the CEO of Shores, and we're building a marketplace to connect investors to African startups. Next, there are over 700 million working age. We're raising $1.25 million for our pre-seed to get our SEC license, and I'll explain in a second. Next, there are over 700 million working age people in Africa, and the AFDB says about 22% of them start businesses annually. And they have access to less than 1% of global VC capital. Next, please. Meanwhile, there's excess capital outside our shores. Over $100 billion comes from the diaspora to Africa, which is less than 5% of their income. And then we have over $600 billion in VC funding, deployable capital, but less than 1% comes to the continent. So we're working to raise those numbers to at least 20%. Next, please. When this capital does come to Africa, more startups are becoming unicorns within 5 to 7 years. And these are returns that you can't get elsewhere. So we intend to become one as we support more startups by connecting them to global investors through a platform that improves successful outcomes for all parties. So we don't just give them capital, we break down their needs so that advisors in diaspora can also fulfill those needs for digital equity that they can also sell at improved valuations. Next, please. Yeah, so both numbers have been growing. VC capital has grown from less than $500 million in 2017 to over $1.4 billion by 2020, and then it spiked to over 5.2 last year, and is expected to exceed $10 billion this year. Next, diaspora has also grown from over $1 million in 2004, sending back $1 billion, to over 15, and now more than 17 million people sending back over $20 billion. These numbers are expected to exceed $35 billion, and if you include the peer-to-peer transactions which are not recorded, it's actually double that. Next, please. Yeah, so there's a huge opportunity now, just as Paystack and Flutterwave had in 2016. So then there was a new license introduced by CBN, and within 4 years, Paystack was acquired for $200 million, and Flutterwave is preparing for a listing on NASDAQ, is worth over $3 billion. So we intend to become a unicorn ourselves as we support them and get this first license. And this space is still new. There are syndicates who charge huge fees for you to participate in investments, which excludes many retail investors. And there's just one retail startup investment provider. We're both working on the license together. So we could be the new Paystack and Flutterwave.
1 minute left.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so between NDIS last year when I was here and now, we've signed up over 1,000 advisors who are willing to participate in startups for equity. And we are raising this capital to get our SEC license, which requires a minimum capital of $1 million for the license, and then also $250,000 as working capital while this is going on. Next, please. We're a cross-border team. We met in high school. Akeem has experience in the UK in alternative investments. Greg has raised over $12 million for his startup, which works with big data. So we're combining infrastructure, big data, and technology to make this happen. We also have cross-border advisors. Next slide. Pierre and Mr. Charles Ayam and Yvonne have been working very closely with us to bring this to pass. Next, please. Yeah, so if you would like to invest in us or work with us, we would love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there people here that have questions for Mr. Obaze? What about online? Okay, there is someone waving. There is none. Okay. All right. I'll just ask a question then. Mr. Obaze, how do you see the solution benefiting the life of the average Nigerian? Both those trying to make business and those that are individuals.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you for the question. There are over 41 million MSMEs in Nigeria alone. Nigeria accounts for 25% of the funding that comes to Africa, and it's still less than 1%. So for us, if we're able to get these numbers on both sides to at least 20%, imagine the number of MSMEs who can hire people, who can support their families. Those are the sort of things that we're thinking about. So for us, the common man is us, because we're bringing people to these shores. And I'm so happy that we have investors from the US, for example, Dr. Brooks and some others, who are beginning to realize that there are huge opportunities here, and that people in Africa, when they do get this capital, there's a lot that we can do with it. So that's what we're working on.
Okay. Both directly and indirectly.
Yes, sir.
There's one question online. Okay. Says, what percentages are you looking at in terms of partnerships?
Percentages.
What percentages are you looking at?
The 1.25 ask.
Oh, okay.
What equity?
Oh, okay. So we're doing the 1.25 for 20% equity. Yes, and then if there are other partnerships, I would definitely like to discuss. Please, if you can email or call, I'll be very happy to respond.
Okay, I believe the person has heard you online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'll say I'm impressed with some of the solutions we've seen, and the presentation from Dr. Duwale preceding that. Some of the things that our agency has been able to do, some of those key points you shared, I'm seeing the connection in terms of how our people is trying to bring it to light. Let's hope they begin to have more impact in the society. I'll call next Mr. Toby Anifowoshi of Amatnao Group or any representative.
Mr. Toby, your time is already counting.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here to tell you about an opportunity called Amatnao. Amatnao is an online grocery marketplace where we connect customers to a list of carefully curated restaurants and local shops around their vicinity. These customers can make purchases via our mobile application from these businesses, and their purchases are delivered to them promptly, or as we like to call it, instantaneously. To these businesses, we are giving them more visibility, increasing their traction as we bring more customers their way, and while we are taking away the burden of logistics from them. As experts will tell you, logistics is difficult. By 2027, it is estimated that over 57 million Nigerians will opt in for on-demand e-commerce services. And despite the players we have in this industry, consumers still complain of lack of quality service and, most importantly, late deliveries. Entrepreneurs, on the other hand, have been tasked with the responsibility of looking for means of digitalizing their product due to the change in consumer behavior towards comfort buying. And by that I mean consumers are looking for ways to make purchases from the comfort of their rooms. These and more have we solved on the Amatnao platform. On Amatnao, as a vendor, you can, after going through a verification process, list your product on our mobile application to our thousands of users that can make purchases from your store. While the customers on our platform have a wide range of products to select from. They can also subscribe to a monthly meal plan to help them stick to a monthly meal budget. And they can even fund their Amatnao wallet for a more seamless purchase experience. Having established in Istanbul earlier this year, February to be precise, and having had a good run in our operations in Istanbul, we believe that Lagos is the next stop as we consider international expansion. And the reason for this is not far-fetched. Lagos is one of the largest cities in Africa, popularly called the commercial hub of Nigeria, and boasts for over 50% of the commercial activities in the country. Currently, the Nigerian food industry is valued at about 1 trillion naira, and the fast food industry alone takes about 25% of this. This shows us that the market is huge, and the opportunities here are enormous. And most importantly, it is a growing market because it is majorly driven by a bunch of energetic, tech-savvy Nigerian youth. And we are excited about this opportunity, and that is why we are here.
One more minute.
In Istanbul, we've made over 76,000 deliveries, having onboarded over 400 businesses to over 10,000 customers. And we have a revenue of over $200,000. And we believe that in Lagos, we are set to do even much more than this. I'm here to you today to tell you about our raise of 66 million naira for an equity stake of 5% in the company. Our business model is simple. Currently, we have a subscription model for where customers can subscribe to our monthly meal plans. We also charge a commission on the businesses for orders that are completed on the application. We also allow our businesses to make advertisements on their storefront, and they pay a token for this. We are both user-facing and business-facing. User-facing via our mobile application and business-facing as we partner with businesses that are willing to provide breakfast and lunch to their entire workforce. I want to let you know that we are not coming into this market as novices. Rather, we are coming from our experience on the logistics and the on-demand e-commerce service sector. And we are not also coming as foreigners, because most of us grew up on the streets of Lagos. So we understand the market we want to serve, and we can assure you that we are on for a good ride here in Lagos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that you provided some stats to support your claim, and those are some of the reasons we're saying we want to see how well you are doing to incentivize the investors that are willing. I'll let the audience ask questions first. There is one gentleman in that corner. Please, can you get the mic? There is someone else in that other side. So let's get the mic to these two gentlemen.
Please raise your hands again, please. Okay. The mic is behind you.
This gentleman, there is one right next. Okay. He can go first, then we'll come over to you, please.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Please go ahead.
My name is
Introduce
Chomba from FBN Quest. So the model you've projected is very viable, but the market, Lagos, is already dominated by major players like Jumia. So what is the differentiating factor in your product?
All right, thank you for that. Currently, I'm not aware of any of them that do a subscription-based model. However, like I said, one of the reasons why we are coming to Lagos is because we have an African community in Istanbul who wants us to replicate the same experience that we give them over there, here in Lagos, where they have their families and sometimes come for holidays. And that is one of our motivations to come to Lagos. So Lagosians don't have the experience that we are giving. We deliver on time, and we take customer satisfaction as a very, very top priority. Currently, delivery services in Lagos, I'm sure some of you must have used them, could take hours just to make a simple package delivery. But we are looking at something that is more instant. Thank you.
Thank you. The other gentleman.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Wow.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oko Otu. I want to ask a very simple question. Looking at the traffic situation in Lagos, and you talk about logistics, what's your turnaround time in delivering your service to a customer, and how do you handle their complaints? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for complaints, we have various means via which our consumers can reach us. Stores can be reviewed, and we take that very seriously. Our riders as well, you can drop reviews and even rate them. And we take these feedbacks very, very seriously. And we understand the traffic situation in Lagos. Like I said, many of us grew up on the street of Lagos. And that is why our deliveries won't be done via vehicles. Our deliveries will be done majorly via logistics bikes, which we believe that we can use to combat the traffic situation. But more importantly, is about how we properly situate our riders. If our riders are at the right place at the right time, then the speed of delivery would be very high. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question from the audience?
Online?
From the audience online?
Yes, just one related to the last question. Only it has an interesting aspect. It says, with the traffic in Lagos, are you going to be using drones or W-Craft? I'm thinking W-Craft, if it means what I'm thinking, well, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Well, there's really no limit to the extent of our creativity. We believe when the Lagos market is ready for drones, we will surely be the first to get on that. However, for now, we are still using bikes. And like I explained earlier, we have to ensure that these bikes are situated at hotspot regions, such that it is almost as though there was no traffic at all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm really impressed with all the questions as well, because our people are very forward-thinking, and hope that will help provide the right feedback for your creativity and your team. Thank you. Thank you. I'm at now. Well, we have about three others. Hopefully they are all represented. Is Uzwe China Chuma of Anadata here in the audience or online?
Anadata is here, physical.
Okay, is there a representative? Please go ahead.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uzo, and I'm presenting an opportunity for a $300,000 pre-seed investment for 10% of our business, Chota. Chota's business is to help businesses find their customers. Next slide, please. Address verification is a very important and mandatory part of KYC, especially for the regulated financial sector. And currently, the methods being used in this task are physical address visits and proof of address documents. You can see how tedious that could be, time-consuming, very, very, very difficult. And this causes a lot of drop-off rates and also excludes a lot of people from financial services. Next slide, please. What if I told you there was another way where you could just simply rely on data? A way where you could simply, please play the video, you could simply ask for a unique ID of an existing authoritative database, in this case, a meter number, add all the address attributes. Please play the video, please. Yeah, you could just add all the attributes of an address as given by your customer and click verify, and you have in less than 2 seconds, 1, 2, and then you have your customer verified real time, instantly, so that at the moment you can open an account on the spot. Imagine what this would do to drop-off rates of banks, of the retail customers. You have a verifiable document that you can file as normally done in the industry today, or you can also reference on the system anytime you want using the verification number. Next slide, please. This is what the document looks like. It is time-stamped, it is authoritative, and it is usable. Next slide, please. I can walk you through all our amazing technologies under the hood, GIS, algorithms for text matching and all that. But next slide, please. And I can even go on and on about the business opportunity, the market opportunity, how big the market is. But even so, that this is an existing market, there are already players, third-party players that offer these services to banks at the moment. And if we just charge a fee of as small as 200 naira, we see that we will make a revenue in the first year, onboarding just 3 big banks, we'll make a revenue of north of 144 million in the first year. The opportunity is huge, and for this we are asking for a $300,000 pre-seed investment. Next, please. Our roadmap is implementation in 3 phases. Our first phase is the MVP, which we have already built now, and further phases will see us onboarding different other types of data sets, address data sets. We are already working with the relevant authorities to get access, guided by relevant regulations of GDPR and NDPR and ISO on this. Next slide, please. As we said, our roadmap is fully engaged. We seek to be certified with GDPR and ISO in the next 1 year, and that will give a lot of customers confidence in our services. Next, please. We are made up of a fantastic team underneath, but we are led by these 4 individuals. Myself as the CEO, our fantastic CTO is doing a lot of work on that, and he's worked on several other similar projects in the country. We also have support from, and we're happy to have support from a plethora of partners, and we are supported also by Hindsight Ventures, where we are on the accelerator program at the moment. And we have also exhibited this in the 2021 EcoBank FinTech Challenge, where we finished top 5 out of 900 companies Africa-wide. We're proud of that. And same thing with the OVH Cloud Startup Program. We believe, next slide please. We believe also that this opportunity is not just within the bounds of Nigeria, as addressing affects half the world. So please come and join us while we put everybody on the map, starting with Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions here in the room? Any question online?
Online is just a comment from Madam Lara Okunobi. Says, great job.
Geospatial intelligence.
Thank you so much.
I will ask you a question because it's an area I have great interest in terms of address verification and the culture of our people, how are you handling that? Because people, as much of our society, they are not, they don't want people to trace them. How could we begin to build culture where, just like in other parts of the world, people can truly know where we are? And we know there are genuine concerns like the issues of security in the society. How could we make sure that the data doesn't reach the wrong hands? And what are the safeguards?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's a very great question. In terms of culture, we know how hesitant Nigerians could be around this, and they have very valid concerns. Also, we also have an issue of the unaddressed. There are some people that have no formal address at all too. That's also another space we are looking at. So how we are attending to culture first is that there is a GDPR regulation as has been said here severally, and we are guided by that. We're currently also, we have approached NIDA and we are working with them on that too, because they're also domesticating that regulation. And also, on the people that are unaddressed, they need to also be in the financial system. They are losing out on opportunities. They are losing out on financing opportunities, access to market opportunities. So what we are working with Google on that, to use digital address systems also to handle, to onboard them and also make them enjoy the benefits of financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you mentioned NIDA. Our NIN is in their hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we'll call the next person. Thank you. A round of applause for Uzochina Chuma. Oludare Fajimolu of NASD PLC. We have a whole PLC presenting now. That's good.
Mr. Oludare, your time is already counted.
I guess he's thinking you are not working as fast as expected. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. Okay, so I'm here to, I'm Oludare Fajimolu. I head the research and strategy at NASD PLC. I'm here seeking investment, seeking opportunities for both investors and business promoters. At NASD PLC, quick background, NASD PLC is licensed by Nigeria's Securities and Exchange Commission to develop and also operate over-the-counter securities exchange in Nigeria. So our driving force at NASD is essentially to integrate the capital market with the broader economy of Nigeria. And to do that, we launch or we run different platforms. Currently, there are 3 platforms that we're running, but others are still in the pipeline. The 3 platforms essentially are the OTC exchange, we have the enterprise portal, and a 3rd one we call the venture ramp. The OTC exchange essentially provides liquidity for the investor on one hand, but it has also been expanded, the operations has been expanded beyond just a secondary market activity to also support primary market activity. So for the investor, the investor is able to have a secondary market for his investment over time, and then the business promoter is also able to raise capital over time on the platform. The second platform is the enterprise portal, which we call NASDEP. The NASDEP is a private market, which means it is not open to the public. But what it does is to introduce growing enterprises or match growing enterprises with investors. These investors cut across different investor categories, venture capital, private equity, and so forth, and that are seeking opportunities in the private space for enterprises with growth potentials. And the 3rd one is the venture ramp, which essentially is a crowdfunding, donor-based crowdfunding platform. What that does is to help raise capital for projects in a transparent manner. And like I said, we are licensed by SEC, so we do a lot of background checks across board. While we do not guarantee the project itself, but we make sure that we take definite steps to ensure that these projects are real projects and that they are viable projects. Next slide, please. There's a short, because of time, I won't go through the process. It's a very short one, but this is our strategic thrust in terms of how we are strengthening the company's operation base. So we are deepening our platforms, we're expanding the platforms, and of course we're also forming strategic alliances, part of the reason I'm here. And also, all these will run on things like, like I said, we are regulated by SEC, so legal framework is very important to us, and we are also a self-regulated entity. So we don't play with compliance issues. We work with technology and, of course, innovation and so forth. So that's a summary of our strategic thrust. We are working with, presently there are several sectors that are on the platform, and we're working with industry players to attract more across different sectors. The main focus for us, like I said at the beginning, is to attract companies that have growth potential and also essentially that have what we call multiplier effect on the economy, such that as those sectors are growing, they drive the growth or the development of the GDP of Nigeria. As you know, that more than 80% of Nigeria's GDP is driven by non-oil sectors. So these are the sectors that we're actually
30
focusing
seconds.
on. That would be the end. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really proud and very happy to hear some of these speeches, knowing that a synergy between the private sector and some existing agencies of government and those that are being spun up, even if it's not a direct agency, will help foster growth for the economy. Are there questions from the audience here before we go online? All right. Anything online one more time? Okay. Thank you for your time. And please keep doing what you're doing. The last but definitely not the least, I saw a gentleman walking earlier today from Value Talk. Can we call Andrew Odoe to the podium to tell us what value exists in Value Talk? Go ahead, please.
You're spot on. Start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to talk to you about Value Talk. What is Value Talk? Value Talk means my talk, get value.
Value chain, use the mic, please.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Andrew Dwyer, the founder of Value Talk Communications. Value Talk Communications is a tech startup that is focused on social media. Our vision is to be Africa's foremost social networking platform, and our mission is to positively impact society with technology as a leverage. Next slide. Okay, that's our vision and mission statement. Next slide, please. So I'm the founder, there's Ketu Dwyer, and then there's Mr. Matthew Wanchuku, who is a certified web developer. We identified some problems in our society. We found out, first of all, there's lack of digital income streams. Secondly, we also found out that Nigeria and Africa as a whole does not have an indigenous social media app. And then finally, we also have the issue of Forex, lack of Forex, affecting us seriously in Nigeria. It's one of the major challenges we are facing in our economy. So, next slide, we decided to profile solutions. Value Talk app is an app that has a combination of the feel of Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok all combined in one. And then in Value Talk, there's one beautiful thing that happens. For all that you do on Value Talk, for liking, commenting, posting, sharing contents and all, you get points, and these points eventually can be converted to cash, which our users can cash out. In this way, we are giving our users an opportunity to earn some little stipends from their usage of social media. Whether they are celebrities or content creators or not, every single user on Value Talk has the chance to earn something by using the app. And then secondly, Value Talk, as of this moment, is the only social networking app from Africa as a whole. And it's really funny when you come to think of the fact that Nigeria has about 30-something million social media users, and Africa has about 380-something million social media users. But when you go on the internet, if you go to Google and you search about top social media apps in Nigeria or Africa, you only see Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and others. You don't see any app from Nigeria and Africa, and it's really funny. This alone tells us that we are losing hundreds of millions and billions in terms of revenue to the platforms that our users from this part of the world are on.
One more minute, please.
So next slide, please.
Your ask.
Next slide, next slide. Yeah, so there's our target market. Like I said before, over 30 million Nigerian social media users and over 300 million African social media users. And globally, we have about 5 billion. Next slide. We have about 5 billion social media users. Next slide, please. Next slide. Great. So that's our market size, about 5 billion social media users around the world. And if you look today, you can find out that Meta, Twitter, and others have reached a peak. And a lot of people around the world are looking for new opportunities, new experiences online. And Value Talk app presents this opportunity. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, so that's the app. If you go on Play Store, we have about 10,000 users at the moment. You can get there and you'll see the reviews, most of it positive. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, our business model. Now, the Value Talk app earns revenue from ads. We have in-app purchases as well, and a whole lot more that time will not afford us to tell, but if you get on the app, if you pick up your phones, download Value Talk now, you will see all that the app is doing. It's a very, very, very beautiful app. Next slide, please.
30 seconds to wrap up.
Next slide, next slide, next slide. So these are financial projections, and we're asking for $100,000 for us to procure greater servers to take large numbers of users, and also for us to meet advertising costs and involve more hands. We have lots of skilled IT professionals in our country who are currently looking forward to working with us. So, and finally, that's our contact details if you wish to contact us to know more about what we're doing. We are looking forward to partnerships of all kinds. We are looking forward to everyone who is interested in joining us to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I could see value in what you're trying to do. Let's hope it ramps up quickly. Are there questions from the audience seated here first? Okay, any question online? Okay, I will be glad. There is just one that just came up. One question from the audience here. Please go ahead. Can you get the mic to her,
yes,
please?
Microphone approaching.
Yes. Thank you, madam, for raising up your hand. We want more female representation.
Thank you, Andrew. My name is Isabella Shipa. I work with FBN Quest Asset Management. I head the HNI and Diaspora client segment of the bank. My question, quick one. As an investor, why do you think Nigeria needs a social media app? That's my question. Yeah, why do you think Nigeria as a country needs a social media app? I mean, with the likes of global apps like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I mean, these are your competition, so why do we need a social app in Nigeria?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Now, like you said, you mentioned Facebook, you mentioned Twitter, and you also mentioned TikTok. These apps, these platforms are seriously contributing to the development of the nations where they were bettered. Twitter and Facebook is contributing trillions of dollars to the US economy. We all pay money on Facebook and Twitter to advertise our products and so on and so forth. The same thing with TikTok. TikTok is doing the same thing for China today. So if Nigeria has an app that we, Nigerians, for a start, can patronize, most of the money that we're sending out will come back in. That's for a start. And then secondly, look at it now. Businesses around the world that are targeting 200 million Nigerians, for instance, what platform do they go to? They go to Twitter, they go to Facebook, they go to TikTok. They pay for database belonging to Nigerians. The money goes to this country, and then we are here in Nigeria, we are crying about Forex, we are crying about not having enough dollars in the country. If these businesses around the world realize that there's an app called Value Talk where they can reach 100 million Nigerians directly, for instance, they will patronize us, and that dollar, the millions of dollars, will come down to us right away. That is why I think we need Value Talk.
Thank you very much. That's a nice way to put it.
Just one question online.
Okay, another one came in.
Value Talk on iStore. Can't find it there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Value Talk is only on the web and on Play Store at the moment.
Okay.
On iOS, we have two issues that we're trying to resolve with iOS. The first issue is in-app purchases. They want us to implement the in-app purchases through their Apple Store. That's one. We're working on it. And then second one is the location requests. Because on Value Talk, you have requests for location so that you can see nearby markets, nearby businesses, and so on. So we are working on that, and very soon it will be available on iOS.
Thank you. Location intelligence
Yes.
is very important. It's geospatial intelligence.
To conclude, I would like
okay,
to
I'll give you 10 seconds to say your last
word. I
word,
also want us to
please.
know that we have met all
Use the mic. Value Talk.
Yes, we've met all the regulations, NCC, copyright, trademark, and TSC. We have all the certificates. So anyone who is investing on Value Talk knows that their investment is safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice way to wrap up the feed. Just like I said, is the last on the list, but definitely not the least. And by way of just summarizing this session, I'll say that I'll stand up a bit. I'll say that we've seen very great presentations, which needs to be encouraged. We've seen some of what our people can do and how, if government is doing the right stuff, it can begin to translate the right policies in the right environment, creates more opportunities for our people. And I'll just end up by saying that with what Dr. Oduwole mentioned, transparency is the antidote for corruption. We all talk about corruption, so the more transparency we have, the better. And also, efficiency is the antidote for bureaucracy. We know we have all these problems. We can make this more efficient. And thirdly, technology is the vehicle to do what? To deliver. Thank you very much.
Really, I'd like for you to help me appreciate Mr. Adetunji Adeleke. He flew all the way from the US just to come and moderate this. And he's one of our big investors. So please help me appreciate him a lot. Thank you. We're very grateful.
Thank you very much. We have an interventionist engineer, Adekunle Ajiboye, CEO Ajimatics. Is he here? Is he online? CEO Ajimatics, engineer Adekunle Ajiboye. Are you online, sir? Can we confirm quickly? No. Okay, we'll move on swiftly, shall we, to the next session. On your program, it should be agribusiness, but we'll be skipping that and move quickly to real estate and infrastructure. Rapporteur, there. Moderator, Miss Madele Okumaboa, founder and executive director, Community Planning and Design Initiative, CPDI Africa. Please give her a round of applause. She'll make her opening statement and then take her seat, as we'll invite the pitchers afterwards. Your time starts now, moderator.
Thank you. Greetings, distinguished guests, investors, and entrepreneurs. We're standing on all existing protocol. My name is Madele Okumaboa, Director of CPDI Africa, a Nigerian-based organization focused on heritage preservation in the built environment via sustainable Afrocentric architecture. The real estate industry is one of the strongest in Nigeria today. However, it has many challenges, from the need for supply to meet demand for affordable and quality housing, to the development and provision of financial tools for home ownership, to standardization of our local building materials to foster innovation and business opportunities, to enforcing strict adherence to construction management and monitoring to prevent loss of life from collapsed buildings. Today's pitchers will present their solutions to some of these challenges in our built environment in hopes of securing funding from our investors and continued technical support from experts in the field. In order, we will hear from Oladotun Oleyede of Rolad Properties and Allied Services Limited, Tenuade Pena of Motre Co. LLC, Brown Christopher of Urbanize Nigeria, and Chris Arinze of Today's Quarry Industries Limited. Each one has 3 minutes to present. I'd like to go ahead and call up Mr. Oleyede. Is he here or is he presenting online?
Mr. Oleyede is online. Mr. Oleyede, your time starts now. You're on.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Gives me pleasure to be here this afternoon. I would like to stand on all existing protocols while I quickly talk about our project. My name is Dotun Oleyede. I'm the MD/CEO of Rolad Properties and Allied Services Limited. And we are a firm that in the last 4 years, we have been able to deliver sanitized land to over 3,000 subscribers through site and service real estate project that we have done. Over 30 of that site and service estate project that we have done, and we've been able to deliver to them. In the last 1 year, we've embarked on the construction of smart homes, 14 units to be precise, 4 of which have been delivered, the rest are in the works. However, what we have realized is that the major problem in the housing sector is lack of funding. Funding on the part of the developer and funding on the part of the end users. And we looked at this and looked at how can we design a project that at the heart of it will be social impact and environmental impact. A project that a first-time home buyer, someone of low income status can also dream and can hope to become a house owner. Then we designed this project called Iterade in the city of Mowe. And Iterade is an energy sustainable, affordable 2 to 3 bedroom modern houses. that is scalable to about 1,000. At the moment, we're starting with 151, but the project itself is scalable to 1,000 units. And then when we looked at this project, we looked at what are the things that are essential to make communal living very interesting. We decided that in this project, we're going to have a school, but our own approach to school is different. We are actually partnering with reputable schools in town who will then run the services within the estate. We also looked at the healthcare part of it. We decided that we're going to partner with a reputable hospital who will come and run the clinic service in the estates. And we're also putting a grocery store. But one interesting thing about this project is that since we know that funding is the issue, we have designed this project to give people the ability to pay for these houses between 5 to 10 years. Because the mortgage penetration in Nigeria is less than 5%. The housing deficit is around 28 million. And as a matter of fact, in sub-Saharan Africa, over 55% of persons in sub-Saharan Africa, they live in slum. And Nigeria accounts for about 50% of that. So there's need to intervene and do something. So we look for how can we get something we call mortgage replacement. But for us to do this, we need funding to develop this project up front, and people will buy it. So we're raising $4 million. The company is putting $1.2 million, and we're raising about $2.8 million as equity for the project. The project itself has a revenue projection of close to $10 million. So the way we have pitched this project is investors will hold stake of the project, and within 3 years, we hope to deliver the project. This project is situated in Mowe along the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, which gives people about 30 minutes drive from that place to Ikeja and central Lagos mainland. And as I speak with you, the road construction in that place is approaching an advanced phase, which means that movement up and down is going to be easy. Around this particular place, you have notable projects, notable institutions, notable schools, Redemption Camp, Christopher University, a lot of religious ground around there. And this particular location is already in a growing ecosystem, meaning that it's developable now and people can move into the apartment. Just to quickly conclude, we are raising a 2.8 million naira equity funding for this project, and it is designed to start and end within 3 years. And investors will own stake of the project based on the contribution to the project. Thank you very much. I have a whole lot to share, but I think I will just wrap up here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a quick summary. So the project is in Ogun State.
Ogun State, yes.
Yes. 151 units, scalable, as you said?
To 1,000 units.
To 1,000. The project cost $4 million. You need 2.8 in investment.
Yes.
Project will be completed in about 3 years. What's the return on investment to the investors?
So the return on investment to, sorry, I'm hearing an echo.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. The return on investment to the investors is in excess of 100% because the project itself has a revenue projection of $9.7 million. So the way we've designed it is that if we contribute $2.8 million in cost, that's about 70% of the cost. You are also getting about 70% of the revenue.
Okay, this is good. Let us open it to questions from the audience. Any questions? Seems very clear, but surely there are questions.
Just one question online. You didn't say anything about security, and he wrote security, no security leads to obscurity. What do you have to say?
Your mic is off.
Unmute. You need to unmute. You're not heard.
Yeah, sorry. The way we began our project, the ones we've done in time past. security is basic for us. We don't take that for life. As I speak with you, the particular location has been fenced and gated. And not just that, we are putting security personnel in place, and we're also leveraging technology, CCTV cameras, and patrol personnel, just to ensure that everybody that lives within the estates are safe and secured.
Okay, very good project. I think providing a way home through home ownership is also very good for those wanting to buy into the housing estate from the diaspora, of course, as well as those on ground in Nigeria. If we don't have any other questions, then I hope that all of you all who are interested will follow up with him to get more information on this project. Thank you, Olayide.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the second presenter, I'm not sure if they're going to be here or online as well, Tinuade Pena of Motre Co. LLC.
I'll be presenting
online. Okay, the floor is yours.
You're on. Your time is already counting.
Okay. Is my power up?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great.
Someone likes your
Good day.
background.
My name is Tuna, and I am the CEO of this Echo. All right. Good day. My name is Tinu Pena, and I am the founder and CEO of Motre Company LLC. Today, I'll be pitching on the idea valid. Excuse me, that's the wrong slide. That's the video submission, the actual PowerPoint. Kindly reset my time.
That'll be difficult. My
I can share
computer
my screen.
works automatic.
That video submission, that's not my PowerPoint. I can share my screen. I have my PowerPoint ready to go.
I think you can share your screen. You're enabled now.
Unfortunately, my second computer is not enabled. Can you kindly enable that, please?
Enable the second computer, please. I'm also seeing if we can adjust your time. Your adjusted time starts now.
Sir, I'm still enabled. Sorry for the technical difficulties here, but I'm not enabled. I'm using two screens.
What's the name? Same name? Tinu Pena. Is it the same name or a different name? Okay, there's a second Tinu Pena. Please grant co-host.
Thank you.
You're on now.
All right, sorry about that technical difficulty. I'm gonna start over. Good day, everyone. I am here today to pitch to you on the idea validation for funding requests for the capital project development platform called Infradia. My name is Tinu Pena, and I am the CEO and founder of Motre Development. Motre Development is a sustainable engineering project management consulting firm situated in Lagos, Nigeria, and affiliated with Motre Company LLC, which is located in Florida, USA. Now, what is Infradia? Infradia is planned to be a cloud-based program that will be able to capture data for comprehensive planning and development of capital projects. This program will be to its users what Microsoft product is to the world. Now, if you're thinking, what type of problems can this program solve? Let me tell you a little bit about the problems it will be able to address. Problems such as a lack of natural infrastructure development and its maintenance can be addressed through this program. As you see of the recent flooding situation we have, this program will be able to provide a means for us to be able to have an emergency planning approach to this. It will also be able to help us look at how we're cohesively, or their lack thereof, of planning for infrastructure for resiliency, which is also tied to climate change. It will also be able to help us look at the lack of utilizations of the best practices when it comes to project and construction management. And that is just a few of what this program will be able to do. The solution this program brings is very simple and comprehensive. Because it takes an integrated, sustainable, and resilient approach, we factor in the human, social, economic, and environmental attributes to ensure that we are defining, assessing, planning, executing, and transitioning these capital projects into operation. And this program will have a future for asset management that also allows it to be able to take care of the maintenance approach for the capital projects. Our target market is actually the public and private sector that focuses on infrastructure development. Our main focus, however, will be on government agencies to work with them to ensure that we're able to help create a portfolio of capital projects, this which can spawn economic opportunity for the private sector, thereby creating jobs and trainings for our population. And this in turn will allow the private sector to be engaged in the form of public-private partnerships. Through public-private partnership, we'll be able to have positive impacts in various sectors to include housing, industrial, commercial, transportation, and the others that I list to name a few. I'm here today to make an ask of $50,000 to help us move into the idea evaluation so that we can create a pilot program to be able to move forward from there and to help us launch to help us accelerate the design and implementation of this program. We anticipate a return on investment based on a subscription software model of between 10 to 40% of the funding baseline. And that's it. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Thank you so much. Quick recap. She needs $50,000 to develop this software, their platform. 5% ownership to the investors, if I heard that correctly. And it is a cloud-based capital project tracking program. Let's get some questions, please, from the audience. I can start off. I know you said that membership, people will pay like a membership to have access to this database of information?
Yes, it'll be subscribed.
Okay. And the data input will be both by corporate, government. How about civilians? Who's uploading the information to your database?
The database will have to be maintained through a portal for professionals that are in the industry. This is not a citizen access model because the data will be very, I don't want to say high tech, but it will be of a professional level. So industries such as engineers, architects, surveyors, geotechnical engineers, government staff in town planning, urban planning will be able to utilize this information. The ask is to be able to further develop the idea so that we can create a pilot program, because it's essential to create a pilot program to test the parameter of the concept to make sure that we can now build this on a larger scale, because this will also be able to spur opportunities to train individuals when it comes to surveying, because we will need to be able to get data into the system itself.
Okay, so investors will also use this database to find projects that they also want to invest in.
Yes, ma'am. The whole premise is to evaluate a community that might need infrastructure development, from drainage to roadway improvements to stormwater management, to actually planning out a community so that as they develop, we have industrial corridor, we have the commercial corridor, we have dedicated pods for residential areas, so you don't have a mix of everything without a planned approach. The concept is to be able to plan everything out and then develop subsequently.
Beautiful concept coming from me, a regional planner. This is very concise and very clear. It would be a valuable database to, of course, government, private sector, as she said. We hope that we can find some investors here in our audience. Please, any questions for her? This is very timely for Nigeria. We're going through so much in terms of development in so many areas. We can talk about climate change all day long.
Online, we don't have any questions except for a comment from King Koforola Adiola. He says, this sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Pena.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for listening to her presentation.
Okay, there's one physical question for you.
No,
Tino.
sorry, we have a question
yes,
now.
Madam Moderator, we have a question here.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you very much. That was a very crisp and very clear pitch. I remember when we went through the sort of pitch practice sessions, just for those who don't know, these pitches that you've seen here are just ordinary people like you and me who have come up with an idea, and one of the things that we've done preparatory to this summit, these are the things you don't see, things that happen in the background. We have spent about 6 weeks online training them, teaching them, helping them, coaching them, mentoring them in how to prepare these pitches that you have seen today. So that's unpaid work, that's voluntary work that we've done in our time. And we are scattered all over the world, and we contribute sometimes 6 p.m. into the night, different locations, and we've done that. I remember that when this was first presented, I thought it was a project that the government needs to hear about and to be involved in. And I think the summit, if I may put it on record, that one of the things I would request that the summit does is that the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing ought to be made aware of this. And I think I can give you my word that we will ensure that that is done. My question was, and I think there was a point about you, the company was based in Florida, and advice was offered to you. I'm not quite sure if I got that here in your pitch. The company that's pitching here today is based in Nigeria. Can you confirm that, in case I missed it?
Yes, Motrade Development Limited is a registered company in Nigeria.
Good.
Motrade Company LLC is a registered company in the United States.
Okay, and that's a
The
technical
intent is
partner.
to be-
That's just a technical partner to the Nigerian company.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I hope you go very far with this. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
And in addition, Madam Moderator, Eze Nwokolo Online wrote, as an urban and regional planner, this is great. And that's the way for cities, towns to develop. Thank you very much.
Perfect comment. Thank you, Ms. Pena, once again. Our next pitcher is going to be Mr. Brown Christopher of Urbanize Nigeria. Okay, great. He's here today.
Mr. Brown, your time is already counting.
So he will move faster.
Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
Good afternoon. My name is Brown Christopher. I'm the founder of Urbanize.ng. Urbanize.ng is a real estate startup that helps Nigerians build anywhere in Nigeria from anywhere in the world. So, first of all, what is Urbanize.ng? Like I said, it's a real estate startup that helps Nigerians build anywhere in Nigeria, regardless of geographical location, from anywhere in the world. Now, we're asking for an investment of 50 million naira or $100,000 for 15% equity in our business. Next slide, please. So the problem, when it comes to building in Nigeria, we have a very serious problem. First of all, let's say someone living in Australia or whatever, coming down to Nigeria and flying back to your country, you realize that the cost of flight has almost eaten half of the money you budgeted for building your structure. But this doesn't have to be so. And you also look at situations where the money is sent down to relatives and friends to do the same thing in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, you send money for a duplex and end up with a single room as your solution to the housing issues you had. So this problem is what we are seeking to solve. Now, how do we solve this problem? Next slide, please. The next. All right, so how we solve this problem is we work with local artisans and engineers located where these projects are located, situated. Let's say, for example, someone wants to build in Abuja. We work with artisans, interior decorators, plumbers, and engineering firms already here in Abuja, and ensure that the structures that are being erected are in compliance with industry standard, and as well, the structures are up to date and modernized as well. So at the moment, we are looking at almost 19 million Nigerians in diaspora, and during our market validation, we did at airports and embassies where we met people that are willing to, I want to travel outside the country, and we asked them if they'll be willing to work with us or to patronize us. They were more than willing to affirmate our market validation in that regard. So we see that from statistics, about 2,000 houses are built in Nigeria every single year. And we're looking at having a big chunk of that market in our process. Next slide, please. So the process of building is very simple. We made it very, very simple. So at the moment, our website is up, and our mobile app is also in progress. So what you have to do is just, firstly, you go to our website, urbanize.ng. Our name is also our website. Then, next slide. The next thing, you sign up, and you start building. Next slide, please. All you have to do is just submit the details of the project you're about building. If you have a plan, you tell us. If you don't, you tell us. And just submit all the details you have concerning your project, and we'll take it up from there. And all you have to do is monitor the progress of your project on our website or our mobile application. So you just have to do pay and watch. Next slide, please. So this is the simple process. You sign up, and the next thing, you submit your details, and the next thing, your details are confirmed, and finally, you just sit down and watch the progress of your structure. So far, we have partnered, next slide. So far, we have partnered on 3 projects across Nigeria, and mostly in the south part of the country. And we have about 100 artisans and companies in our catalog, and we're looking to expand and cover the whole of Nigeria and Africa eventually. So the advantage we have over others is we have real-time project updates. So as you're building, as you're erecting your structure, as the structure is being erected rather, you get real-time updates about your progress on our website, on the mobile app. And we are not restricted by geographical location as well. And we are also in line with United Nations Development Goals number 11, which looks at urbanization of rural Africa and rural areas around the world. So next slide, please. So this is the team. I, myself, Brown Christopher, and then my colleagues, Victor and Theophilos. So they are both engineers and very experienced in the real estate industry, and myself as well. And next slide, please.
Your time is up.
All right, let me just quickly round up. For the future, we're looking at incorporating virtual reality into what we do, so that rather than just looking at it on our platform with your virtual headset, you can be wherever in the world and be in your house, wherever you are, wherever your house is located. We are also looking at going Pan-African and also developing our mobile application for our iPhone and Android devices. So the investment we are seeking for, we'll be investing it in both in vehicles for commuting between construction sites and for marketing, both locally and internationally, and also for administrative purposes. Thank you very much.
Very good presentation. A quick recap. He is looking to provide project management services for Nigerians in the diaspora who are looking to build at home. So many of us have had horrible personal experiences sending money home, and like he said, you are sending money for a duplex and you come back and you see a one-room structure standing there. So your company is going to serve as a project manager. You're pulling those teams together, the architects, the artisans, you're monitoring the process, and those abroad are simply watching.
Yes, ma'am.
You need money to set up that infrastructure.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay. And you have 3 projects already under your belt?
Yes, we've partnered on 3 projects so far.
It would have been good to see some of those examples on your presentation.
Maybe next time.
Okay. Any questions from the audience, please?
Two
There's
hands
one here.
raised. Two hands raised. Microphone, please. Straight to your question, sir.
It's quite a good presentation, and I quite like what you're doing. But a few questions I have for you, and maybe other developers too. You're talking about working with local artisans. Now, with the kind of exposure and civilization we're coming from, we also have issues with the finishings and the quality of artisans you use in doing the finishings. Every single house I've been to in Nigeria, I'm very sorry to say this, but you have problems with plumbing issues, you have electrical issues, you have very crappy finishing, and these are real issues we have very big problems with. Now, in the Western world, what we normally have is artisans that are trained, certified, have public liability insurance cover. So if they board these jobs up, they have the insurance to pay you back. Do you have all of these structures put in place to guarantee the quality of finishing which you desire, please?
All right, thank you very much for your question. I appreciate. We're at the Big Five events sometime in Lagos, where we got in contact with real-time suppliers, both locally and internationally. And also artisans that work with us, they are vetted and you have proven track record over time. I think that answers your question, does it?
He's asking about insurance. Do you have any insurance?
Oh, yes. We have a legal team and we also have an insurance. We also work with an insurance firm as well.
I don't think he's satisfied.
No, it's not about you as a corporate entity having the insurance. I'm talking about you vetting the artisans and making sure they have a public liability insurance cover. If they board the job up, are you going to take responsibility for the quality of job they do, or that goes to them?
All right, so like I said, before any artisan comes on board, we scrutinize what you've done over time and your standard, basically. So before you come on board, before you become part of us, you have to be vetted, obviously, and then we take responsibility, yes, for the progress and the monitoring and also the final product.
Okay, I'll definitely add there you will need to have insured engineers and professionals who are working on your team, or whoever you are adding to your database of professional suppliers of services, because that insurance policy is very important to Nigerians abroad. Just an ad. Okay, great question. Another question, please.
Yeah, there's one on the far end over there. That was the next hand raised, but there's a close one here we can quickly take.
Okay, thank you. Your solution is great. I believe your target market is Nigerians in diaspora. I don't know if you have plans to see how Nigerians in diaspora can build properties for Nigerians to rent, and they have access on real time to their tenants, and ensure issue of a retained property inspection is being done, because that's a major challenge. Back to his question, it seems you are not getting it right. I'm also in the construction sector. 80% of Nigerians' buildings today are faced with electrical problems, plumbing problems, roofing problems. And I discovered that the cost of you doing maintenance after building is a bit higher than your cost of retention. What plans do you guys have about that? Thank you.
All right, let me start from the question. I'm sorry, I might take a little bit of time. All right, so like I said before, some time ago, we were in Lagos at the Big Five event. I don't know if you were there. The Big Five event was a meeting point for both construction industry suppliers and also construction firms. So at the event, we got contacts of good suppliers from mostly outside the country. So we don't have middlemen in our supply chain in terms of our products, our electrical appliances, and our roofing sheets, and every other thing. So as for the quality of the materials we are having or we'll be using, they are original and they are vetted to be to be true and nice. So, again, I don't think I have much time.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Moderator,
All right,
we have a
please.
question online and one fiscal question. My advice, can
Okay.
we take the two questions together and get the gentleman to wrap up in 30 seconds?
Go right ahead. Let's hear the one online first, if we can.
Online, Oluwagoke Ajayi, your time starts now, quickly. Oluwagoke Ajayi, your hands raised online. Unmute and ask your question. You're on now. Spotlight. You're unmuted, Oluwagoke. Please go ahead. Oluwagoke, are you still there? Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. My name is not Oluwagoke Ajayi. I don't know how that's coming, but my name is Dokun Fadoyele. My question to the gentleman, good, appreciate your presentation. My question is, how do you solve the issue? I'm looking at my locality, going to the southwest of Nigeria, where you have these people called Omonile. How do you solve such kind of issue? How do you confirm that the land is indeed the land for the person you are building the place for? Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, your name on Zoom is written Oluwagoke Ajayi. You may like to change it. We'll take the fiscal question quickly. Please raise your hands again. At the end there. Yes, there. Quickly.
Okay, good presentation. In your opening statement, the problem statement is to solve trust issues. But getting to the end of your presentation, I don't know if there are mechanisms put in place to actually solve that. If there are, can you mention them again, please?
All right, thank you very much. From the first question.
I'm sorry? His first question.
Okay, yeah, Omonile, yeah, thank you. For the question of the Omonile, like I said, we have a legal team we work with, and the legal team work with the Commission of Land in each state. So before any building is started, before we start any structure, we obviously will have to verify from the Ministry of Land and Resource Development, whatever corresponding ministry is, commission is in the state. And then to your second question, sir, like I said, our platform, the major thing we are selling is our platform. So there's no place, there's no situation for trust issues because it's a case of they play the show. If we erect a foundation today, you go to our website, and on your platform, on your dashboard, you see the foundation we erected so far. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but if I'll quickly round up, I'll round up in the words of Dr. Brooks. He said, if spiders come together, they can tie an elephant. So we are looking at well-meaning Nigerians to partner with, and as well, we are looking at the Community Planning and Design Initiative for Africa and also the Nigerians from Diaspora Housing Initiative to also partner with and also tie these big elephants of poor skyline of Africa and Nigeria first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher. That was actually a very powerful presentation. I'm going to say there's a lot to explore there. There are quite a few issues, quite a few services that you're actually suggesting. One is just if someone is saying that they want to build a house on land that they already own, that might be a little easier. You follow, you film, they can log in and see what's happening. But if they're calling you to help them to buy land, that's a whole different process. You know, we talk about trust and how do you go about buying legitimate land in Nigeria. So there are so many services that actually fall under your business. I think it would be great to fine-tune, pick one, perfect it, and then get your investors. I personally would like to speak with you afterwards. Our final presentation, I believe, is by Chris Arinze of Today's Quarry Industries, if you are here. Or is he presenting online? Chris Arinze.
Chris Arinze. Are you online? Chris Arinze. Yes, he is.
Yes.
Unmute.
Unmute.
Chris, we can't hear you.
Chris, you're still muted.
No, he's not muted.
Chris, you may just want to unmute once. You're double tapping, so it's muting and unmuting.
No, I think he needs to.
Okay, you're there now. Go ahead. Chris, something is obviously wrong. We can't hear you. This may have to do with your volume controls.
Yeah.
You need some IT help.
It needs to log.
We can't hear
I
you,
think
Chris.
He needs to log out.
Yeah, you probably need to log out
Back in.
and take off your Bluetooth. Take off your Bluetooth. That may be a problem. Take it off completely. And just use your system directly. Madam Moderator, I believe Mr. Chris may need online picture to help online. Unfortunately, we don't have that in your series.
Okay. Chris, while we're waiting on you, I can do a quick, if you don't mind, I could do a quick summary of what he was going to present today. His company was going to offer construction materials, hardcore and gravel, based here in Abuja. He needed $1 million for his startup costs. Investors earn 45% from the revenues. His company would keep 55%. His mining license is at 90% approval. Those are my few notes I can recall from reading his presentation, but we would really love to hear from him because he is based in Abuja, and as you know, the city is growing with leaps and bounds. These materials are needed in all levels of construction, not just buildings, roads, everything. So to be quite a profitable business to invest in. So it'd be really good to be able to hear him. I'm not sure if their presentations are provided to our investors in written form, so that those can look at it and review on their own time. But I think that was the 4 that we have today. Were there any others that we're going to present? No. Okay, so that will conclude for the real estate sector. I hope you all have enjoyed.
Madam Moderator, we have a hand raised. Princess MKO probably has some intervention.
Okay.
Online.
Okay.
Princess MKO online.
No, excuse me. Yes, I was just saying that the gentleman needs to log out and log back in so that we can hear him.
Let's give him a chance. Okay.
Okay, and while we're doing that, I'm just told by the organizers we have Dr. Kazim Bello, Power Development Group, Bailing Technology. He should be online. Dr. Kazim Bello, are you online? Okay, Madam Moderator, may Kazim go ahead?
Yes, you may. Yes, go right ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Kazim, you're on.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Oh, that's Chris? Okay, is that Chris?
Yes, can I be happy?
Okay, Chris, welcome back. So glad to have you on. Let's hear you.
Okay, sorry, I think I can hear myself from my...
My speaker. So can I go ahead now?
Yes, you may. What's important is that we can hear you. Don't change anything. Just go ahead.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Arinze, and I don't know if my slide could be up, or if I could be allowed to share myself.
Your slide's up.
I'm the director of today's Quarry Industries Limited. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Sorry for the mix-up then. Please, next slide. Today's Quarry Industry is the registered and the first indigenous-driven quarry company that was established to produce and sell all sizes of gravels, hardstone, and engage in construction work and extraction of mineral resources that are diffusely deposited in Abuja and its neighboring states. Quarry business is notably a very capital-intensive project, but we also have a promising lucrative return on investment, while also putting into consideration the massive ongoing developmental project in the capital city, Abuja, Nigeria. We stand out to excel on this project. Next slide, please. So we are seeking a funding for $1 million project financing, which has to cover the equipment, installation financing, building expenses, vehicle, office equipment, and salaries and working capital, and etc. Next slide. Our market analysis based on the survey visibility study we know that our product is of high demand by estate developers and construction companies, and also Abuja with the project sites we have in all the 6 area councils have a very serene environment for the quarry business. We also have a constant demand of our product due to the price attraction we have against our competitors. We also have our target market as the private builders, building contractors and estate developers, road construction companies, foreign importers of our extracted products. Next slide. So we are forecasting that not just in quarry company, as the time goes on, based on the huge and the profit and the growth of the company, we're also going to expand into construction and real estate company and also manufacturing. In today's quarry industry, we envisage to operate on a zero taxation on an arrangement with a federal revenue in exchange to our public-private partnership initiative in providing direct labor community services. With this, what I mean is that we are going to engage in some of the local road construction in the state. And our board of directors, as we have 55% on the ownership. Like the project is not all about myself, it's about the community. It's a community-driven project. So the investors we are coming in, we are offering them a regional opportunity to have a 20 to 35% of a share of the company, depending on the amount of investment. So we have also actually collaborated with all the 6 area councils, which we have FCT, participating area council, administrative company. They're having 10% share of the company, and also the local communities have 5% of the share. So our return on investment, we are projecting to have a revenue of $10,740,000 for $2,000 and then $13,287,100. And in the third year, we have a projected revenue of $16,447,815. These are the first and second year respectively of our projected revenue. Then we have an average net income as estimated at 25.85% of our annual revenue. On percentage of return on investment is as follows. The first year we are projected to have it at 7.6%. And our second year of operation, we are projected to have 45.8% of our return on investment. And the third year we have projected to have 63.3% of our return on investment. In terms of compliance with all the relevant agencies, the company is registered in 2020, and we have also gotten a first year, we have gotten a certificate from FRS and NSTIF. There are a mining license, which is also a bit capital intensive, but we are working on it. We have done all the paperwork. We are 95% in view on that. Then the insurance, we have a working relation with an insurance company. We have engaged to, we have given them an appointment letter on that. And we also signed an MOU with all the communities. With the 6 area council, we have identified them. And then on the security and the risk mitigation plan, we are exploring all insurance policies plan to ensure the safety of our investors from project site, product takeoff, and from site to customer, with the involvement of the various stakeholders, especially the participation of locals. This will know that take ownership of the project. We are also committed in sharing intelligence report with various security agencies within and outside the production. This will help to sustain our production. Next slide. So thank you very much. We actually, like I said, this is a project that is capital intensive, but you have a very promising return to investment. We're looking up to any of the investors that call for business plan, which we have ready, and any other further information. This is our contact details. Our office is in Maitama, the heart of Abuja. And we are looking forward to a partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I'll wait
Mr.
for your
Arinze.
question.
Thank you. We are appreciative that you were able to come back on. Again, this would be a very lucrative business to invest in. Again, Abuja is under construction every day, so your return on your investment is just about guaranteed. Okay, any questions now that you'll have seen his presentation? Any questions? It's pretty clear. I mean, he's projected his numbers. He's shown us where he is in sorting out his paperwork. So it seems very clear. Thank you, Arinze, once again. I guess we should go ahead and wrap up the real estate session. I think we had some very good presentations from building materials to a housing estate in Ogun State, to a firm that will help Nigerians abroad to get their projects designed and built in reality. And then we also had a cloud-based management system based on urban planning, so we can track the projects that are going on in Nigeria and also see what we can invest in. I encourage all of us to take a look, a second look, a deeper look at all of these pictures today and see where we can support and invest in their businesses. Thank you, everyone.
Another round of applause for Madam Moderator. And just a quick announcement that Dr. Kazim Bello dropped off, and that's why we couldn't take him. Hopefully, if he comes on again, we probably will adapt onto another. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. So we'll go for a quick lunch, and I'd say bon appetit. Lunch is served just behind. I don't know how a quick lunch happens, but my principal, the organizer, says, if you can do lunch in 5 minutes. I know I can't. So my advice, swallow it. Don't eat it. Maybe if you swallow, we'll get it done as quickly as possible. But this is to request that we all return at exactly 3:30. And when we return, Barrister Kachi Okezie Esquire will have the microphone and will be taking us through the education and professional services pitching session. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. Lunch is served. Thank you. If you registered and have not received your tag, the tags are now ready with your names on them. So you can get to the registration point and pick up your tags just before you head for lunch. My advice, pick the tags so you're not embarrassed at lunch. The tags are important. Pick the tags if you can, quickly. Once again, immediately after lunch, the voice you'll be hearing will be that of Barrister Kachi Okezie Esquire, Principal Consultant, CTP International. He'll be taking the pitching session 3 just immediately after lunch. Bon appetit, ladies and gentlemen. national development. Glad to have you join us. This is first to apologize. We're starting behind schedule, and that's because we were trying to wait for others who are now here and just going through accreditation, and other participants joining us in a bit. Once again, apologies for those who've been seated for quite a while. This program is set to begin in a few minutes. Want to ask that if you are seated at the far back, please do find your way to the front seats, because as we start, we'll be starting with everyone who are already seated in the hall. Do remember?
Come, really great at what they do. They make sandwich.
A very good morning to you once again, ladies and gentlemen. The tags are at the registration desk, and you can go there and pick them right now. For those who've registered and you've not got your tags, the tags are at the registration desk. You're advised to pick them now. Thank you.
Port with a natural draft of 60 meters. Lagos will be very jealous of that, which means that Supermax kind of ship can actually berth directly in Ondo State. And because we are also inside the interland part of the country, goods from the north to the east to the west, they can actually make better use of our port. So the port in Lagos can serve Lagos, and we will be the port for Nigeria. And how are we going to be able to harness this as well? When you look at the arrays of things that we've got in Ondo State, from tourism to the mineral resources to fertile agricultural land, we can put all these into play and make sure that our products are ready for export, bringing in forex for this country, apart from satisfying the domestic needs. And of course, we encourage industries to come in, make use of these raw materials. We are a very rich state when it comes to energy. We have the gas pipeline that goes and powers Lagos, it passes through Ondo State. You can take from that. We have the oil and gas as well deposit that people can come in and make use of. We've got 75 kilometers of seashores and a very beautiful beach. Again, Lagos will be jealous. Apart from the beach, we got Indore Hills, and there are several other things, such that after you have done all the work, you have other places that you can come in and relax and enjoy, apart from hitting the Pounded Yam. Lovely people, hospitable environment. Ondo State is the place to be. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that's Ondo State. And we'll be taking the others.
Other stand of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission,
NIDCAP.
where one of them will tell us some key activities that they've been engaging in, besides co-planning the NDIS. I'm not in NIDCAP.
So let's hear from NIDCAP now.
Strategy Implementation Task Office for the Presidential Executive Order 5. This is the Secretariat for the Presidential Executive Order 5 that is responsible for doing all that is necessary to put Nigerians at the center of Nigerian economy. The objective of this also includes attracting our people in diaspora into the country. And the President himself is the chairman of the council. And it's one of the efforts of this administration to interact with all the MDAs in Nigeria and all the private sector organizations, SMEs, and students, researchers, in order to see that the present situation where a lot of research work is done in silos, and as a result of that, industry does not know what the researchers are doing. The researchers don't know what the industry is doing. That everybody is brought under one umbrella so that there will be continuous interaction that will enable the researchers to help the industrialists. You know, what is happening is that many of the research that is carried out in this country now is done abroad. Research grants are received from abroad, and problems that are abroad are being solved. We want the Nigerian manufacturers also to give research grants to lecturers. And we also want lecturers and professors to stop going to National Assembly to look for money. The money is there with the industrialists. If you solve their problem, they will give you the money, and there will be continuous wealth creation. That's what we are trying to work on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we are up to Kudimata. Kudimata, right? Am I saying that right? I'm very passionate about this, so let's listen to Kudimata. Please tell us what you are all about. It's working online.
Good morning. Kudimata is a... Okay, so maybe we'll just run through the video, and the video will tell us what Kudimata is.
Okay, so there's a video to tell us about Kudimata. We'll get the audio.
My name is Kathleen, and I'm excited to introduce to you Kudimata. Kudimata, it dey pain you. Top. Kudimata is an educational income for financial advisory and business advisory. Money matters have become core of our conversations in recent times. Be it our personal finances, our business finances, our family finances, even our retirement plan. We all need that trusted professional who would uphold us to help us answer our financial concerns, questions, and issues. With the increasing numbers of banks, fintechs, and the like, we are all confused as to where our financial concerns, questions, and issues are resolved. At Kudimata, you have trusted professionals and experts who are available to uphold you through your financial journey to ensure that you have all your concerns, issues, and problems resolved. Just download the Kudimata app and you have all your issues resolved. Kudimata, it dey pain you.
Thank you. We have to move on. Thank you so much. Oh, guess what? The next stand is mine.
And this stand.
Okay.
This stand.
Welcome everybody. I guess now I get to take the stage and talk. You know these people. This is my non-profit. It's Royal School of Education and Therapy Foundation. We provide therapeutic, academic, vocational, and life skills for persons with developmental disabilities such as autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, ADHD, and some specific learning disabilities like intellectual disabilities, dyslexia, dyscalculia, all sorts. So we give them speech therapy for those who are not verbal or who have challenges speaking. We provide physiotherapy for those who have lack of mobility, especially those with cerebral palsy. We provide occupational therapy for those with lack of fine motor skills, so that they can hold pencils, tie their shoelaces, take care of themselves. We teach them how to function as individuals, as members of society, because they have every single right, like every single one of us here. So we want this society to give them, accommodate them, be inclusive, practice inclusion, and give them opportunities so they too can become functional members of society. So we've trained amazing students who have become really great at what they do. They make sandals, they make all these things. They made all this to sell. Yeah, I actually opened special needs, Ladama for special needs.com. So we'll start selling them online. So this is what we do. Thank you.
That's the stand for
there is ability in disability.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next stand now.
Okay, we are next to another fantastic stand. This is Ms. Oluchirokwe. She's a member of the planning committee. As you will notice, a lot of us are doing a lot of non-profit work to give back. So this is our charity. So we'll let you tell us about what you do.
Good morning, everyone. So this is GUI Foundation. Our aim and our passion is to reach out to children of pupils in primary schools and young people. So we promote the reading, information sharing, we offer scholarships, and we also engage them in programs that help build their self-esteem and improve the quality of their life. So we engage in excursions. We take them to different places on excursions. We do a lot of reading activities. We do reading competitions, spelling bee. We also observe international days, so to expose them to what those days mean. For instance, International Day of Peace, Global Parents Day, Day of World Day Against Child Labor, and other activities that we engage in. So that's basically what we do. And then we are currently working with 3 LEA schools in Abuja, LEA Durumi, LEA Damangaza, and then LEA Nomadic Schools. So.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. So we move on to the next stand. This is one of our, oh, they're not here? Oh, they're here. Okay. Please come.
We are at the next stand now.
All right, so we are at the stand of the U.S. They're watching us on Zoom right now.
Exchanging pleasantries. They are at the next stand. We'll get the crux of the matter shortly. Here we go.
Alaji Bappa Ibrahim Dandiza. I'm from Bottle State. I'm the member U.S. Africa Chamber of Commerce and manager of Porcon Eye Technology Limited and member of Daniola Corporation. We specialize in mining and processing, buying and selling export consultancy of mineral resources. In Porcon Eye Technology Limited, we have copper mines, we have iron ore, we have wolframite, tungsten, we have lithium, we have roscos, we have tincacetride, we have amethyst. And also we are doing code drilling, we have machines that see minerals on the ground and identify minerals on the ground. Yeah. And yes.
Yes, and they're actually bringing some investors who have interest in mining. You know, They are investors. They're bringing investors.
Any investor that is interested to invest in our mineral resources.
Mineral resources.
I'm in Nigeria.
By Nigerians to the world.
I'm the member of the chamber and manager of the Porcon Eye Technology Limited, owner of the license of this minerals. And I'm from both states. I also promote my state too.
Thank you. You have to pay for that one. So we move on. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're at the next stand for Urban Shelter. And people online would like to know what Urban Shelter is about. So just give us a brief introduction.
Urban Shelter coming up next.
Okay. Urban Shelter Infrastructure is an infrastructural company. We do infrastructural facilities, but though currently we're doing a market, we have a market at Dede. We also have one at Zuba. We do sites and service. It means we're going to do road network, we're draining it, we're going to bring lights, industrial borehole. We have a prototype for the building you just build. You buy the land, it's been approved already, you just build. So the beauty about us is we have installmental payment plan. You can actually pay within 2 years. You pay in 5 installments. Let's say you want a shop for, let's say, 2 million naira. You can give us 400,000, spread the remaining payment within 2 years. You can also invest to like rent it out, or you invest once the prices are high, you resell if you don't want to use it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Urban Shelter Real
Next,
Estate.
Brains and Hammer, one of our other sponsors. So welcome, please. People online are listening,
we start getting
and
back?
they'd like to know a little bit about
Please, let's start
Brains
getting
and
back.
Hammer coming up next.
We need to start the next session. Please, let's start getting back. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, Brains and Hammer
please
is
wrap
a
up
real
your
estate
meals.
company.
Let's get back and
We
continue.
offer
Thank you.
hospitality, infrastructure, and real estate. We build, we sell, we manage.
Are you here? Is this you? Okay, so for people online, give us a brief introduction of what you do.
Okay. So my name is Anthony Otaigwe. I'm the founder and CEO of Izesan, which is an African language learning platform. We're encouraging the use of African languages, not just in ceremonial settings, but in everyday life. We want people to start speaking their languages, teaching it to their children, and using it more, on a daily basis. Yeah.
Fantastic. I love that idea. Yeah, I'm going to make sure all my students start with your app. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Language specialist.
Good morning. So we are with Purple Rehabilitation. Aha! I can't wait to hear what you have to tell us.
Purple Rehabilitation.
So tell us a bit about what you're all about.
Hello, good morning. My name is Victor from Purple Rehabilitation. So we do prosthetics, physical rehabilitation. We make artificial parts of the body. We augment weak parts of the body, and we do mental health. And we give mental health services. So we have physical rehabilitation, and we also attend to mental health services. So you could see, like the gentleman there, is wearing a below knee prosthesis. Our friend here is also wearing the leg. So would you want to take that up? Just take it down a bit. So
Great job.
we help people like this to be able to get back on their feet, and with whatever. Thank you very much.
Purple Rehabilitation.
Another
Enabling the
exhibition
disabled.
booth. Also, one of the planning committee members doing amazing things in education. So this
Vintage
is one of the LOC
Point
members, Mrs.
Academy.
Mary David. She has
Up
a
next.
school. She's a lawyer, but she has a school in Nigeria, and she'll tell us about what she's been achieving with her students.
Vintage Point.
Thank you all so
Mary
much for
takes the
stopping by.
microphone.
And I'm just excited to partner with NDSI, to partner with us. And that's because we believe in quality education for those that cannot afford to send their kids abroad. So we're bringing abroad down here, which is we're educating kids to be of global competence. And many of my children are actually funded. And we just appreciate the support from the general public. And I'll probably can I talk about the school?
Good day, everyone. We have Vantage Point Academy in school. We do a lot. We have done a lot, and we always give back to the society, and we always do a lot. Here you can see some of our entrepreneurship work, such as the liquid soap, the hand sanitizers, the fascinator, the basket, and so many, and the artwork. Our school, we are doing a lot, and in our school, we are taught to be global competent, to be a global leaders. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. So please come and send more kids to school that cannot be sent abroad, and for quality at very affordable cost, and even for scholarship opportunities. Thank you, Dr. Badoa.
Vantage Point.
What can be achieved? You know,
Raising great
These children
kids
are amazing.
right here
All
in
right.
Nigeria. We move to the next.
FBN, our sponsor.
FBN Quests,
Okay, we'd
FBN
like for
Capital.
you to kind of like tell the audience
Coming up
online
shortly.
about what you do. Okay.
Is it morning or afternoon? The
Still
lighting
morning.
here doesn't help. Okay, good day everyone. I'm Isabella Shikwa. I head the HNI and the Diaspora team for FBA Quest Asset Management. So good to see you all here this morning. Who's FBN Quest? FBN Quest is an investment bank incorporated as a merchant bank and investment bank. We're a subsidiary of FBN Holding, the FBN Holding Group. What we do at FBN Quest basically is we're fund managers. And what that means is we manage investments for retail clients, corporate clients, governments, large institutions as well. It is important for us to help investors build wealth, both in the short term, medium term, and the long term. And one of our major objectives is to help you build wealth. We have a very interesting array of products, both in Naira and in dollars. So for people looking to invest in foreign currency to hedge inflation or to hedge currency risk, I mean, you should be looking to us or talking to us. We have, you can check us out on our website as well, www.fbnquest.com. You know, we're also here. We're going to be here for 2 days, and we will be able to provide any, you know, questions you have. Importantly, too, we're happy to partner with, NDSI this year. Yeah, NIDCOM especially. And the aim of this was to, we know that a lot of Nigerians in diaspora do not have access to high-yielding investment products in diaspora. And while in Nigeria, there's a lot of opportunities to invest in, aside from, you know, the real economy. I mean, there are products that you can invest in and earn returns. For example, we have a dollar product that would give you at least about 10% return annually if you invest in that product. So that being said, we've created, you know, partnering with NIDCOM this year was to ensure that we could create that visibility and let our diaspora audience know that we're here, we have investment solutions for them, and we would like to, you know, also be able to reach them. Again, like I said, you can look at our website, www.fbnquest.com, to get more information about us. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're moving to the
great.
next
And,
very
you know,
quickly.
I am so really grateful for those who are exhibiting at this conference, at this summit today. I have a very special story about Brain and Spine Surgery Consortium. It's founded by Dr. Biodun Ogungbo, a neurosurgeon, a brain surgeon from the UK. This man has been doing amazing things in Nigeria. He's from the diaspora, is really doing a lot in helping those who need help with their brains especially. But moreover, Brain and Spine partnered with my foundation to do free healthcare for residents of FCT 2 years in a row. So we really need to find out more about what you do. So who's your spokesperson? Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to our table. Like she said, it's a Brain and Spine Center in Abuja here. We do safe surgery, simple physiotherapies, and good outcome in our services. So you can visit us and you get more, and you can also go with our flyers. Like she said, my boss trained in UK, but he has to come back to give back to the country, and he actually discouraged health tourism. That is his major aim, and that is why he's back in Abuja. And we are situated at Wusetu, close to Banex Plaza. Very easy to locate, and our surgery are affordable. So don't be scared. It's safe. Please bring your relative who need the services. Please, you can get our brochure if you need. Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
we move
much,
on
Brain
to the
and Spine.
very next one now.
Hello.
As
Small
we
Biz
get
Niger.
ready.
Where is Small Biz Niger?
Right here.
Yes. Another member of the planning committee. Everybody doing something to give back to the community. Mr. Barrister Kachi Okezie.
Also in charge of your media.
Who's also in charge of the media for NDIS. So he's going to tell us a bit about Small Biz Niger. So, you know, we're really very passionate about giving back. So when he explains this to you, you'll understand more about our passion. There you go. So please tell us what Small Biz Niger is about.
Simple. Most people understand that the small business is a common phrase, and it's an overused one, that the small businesses are the engine that runs any economy. But how many people actually understand how that works and how many people know what it means. That's what we are trying to do. I'm a lawyer, but I particularly majored in small business in my MBA research in the UK. And I realized the meaning of that saying that the small businesses are the biggest job creators. But if they are that serious to the economy, why are we not so serious about supporting them? Apart from through loans, what's wrong with grants? Those are the sorts of things we discuss. And I decided to do something myself and set up a magazine that is solely dedicated to the small business sector. You won't find that. Why are we unique? Because every other platform, newspapers, magazines, have a column or a correspondent covering small businesses. But this is small business from back page to front page. And we run a website. And I remember what the Vice President, His Excellency, said when we launched it. It's a product of this summit, by the way. This is one of the products of this summit. I came from the UK. I had the idea, but I met two young boys in Nigeria who had no jobs, but they decided to do something like this for themselves. I invested in them. I saw where they were going, but they were limited. And I knew that with me, we could go even further. So I invested in them, and we are growing. And this is our second year in full trading. So please advertise in this magazine if you believe that the small business is the way to grow the economy. Advertise and support this magazine. Thank you very much for here today. You have some free copies you can take, some complimentary copies. And if you would like to find out more, you can please put your details down and we'll get back to you. And thank you for visiting NDIS 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barrister Kachi Okezie.
Thank you. Barrister Kachi, thank you very much.
Excellent.
We
As
move
you
on
can
to
see,
the
we're
next.
practicing what we're preaching. We say come and invest in MSMEs, and we're doing the very same thing. We're fulfilling our goals. Now we need to move on to the next stand. Now we're at EcoBank, one of our longest, most, what should I call you?
EcoBank
Reliable,
PLC.
Pan-African, always there to support anything we do. Here is EcoBank Nigeria. I would like for
EcoBank
you to tell us
PLC,
what you are all
EcoBank
about, so that those
Pan-Africa
who are
Bank.
listening
Coming up
online
next.
would find out about what EcoBank does. Thank you.
Here they go.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Further to what I had spoken about online, EcoBank is a bank that has this proprietary product, as you can see in the shop. It's called Rapid Transfer, which you can use to transfer money home to Nigeria. And there are two variants. The one we showed online when I was having my presentation was the one that is applicable only to our diaspora customers in Europe. We have the one that you can also download that is just called Rapid Transfer. The one for Europe is called Rapid Transfer International. The one for Nigeria is called, for Africa, every other part of the world is called Rapid Transfer. And all you have to do is to get online, put your account details where the money is, and then you can transfer straight to Nigeria. You can transfer to an account. It can be picked up in cash. Dollar cash, because the regulation by central bank is that transfers must come in dollars. So you can pick up in dollars, or your beneficiary can just decide to open what you call a dumb light account. Very, very minimal documentation, the same documentation you would use to collect a remittance. Open that account and get your dollars inside. And the good part of it, because it's regulated by the central bank, you get the 5 naira per dollar. So your beneficiary actually collects more than the $1,000 or $500 you send home. So that's the advantage. In terms of cost, it's extremely affordable. What we have done to ease the burden, if you transfer in 3 days' time, you pay nothing. If you transfer in 2 days' time, you pay 2%. If you transfer today, oh, I need to send money to Mama now, it's 3%. If you can wait till tomorrow, 2%. If you can wait till 3 days' time, you pay nothing. And right now there's a promo on, which is online. There's a promo for the next 30 days. Part of the fact that we are here, you would transfer free. So thank you very much for listening to us, and we hope you'll be able to take advantage of this product. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I know how to transfer money. Thank you. It's excellent. Yes, I'm sure I'll spread the words, definitely. All right. Another one of our big sponsors. I am so excited. I'm so delighted to be standing with Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, we have a long ways to go. So people are listening to you online.
Zenith Bank PLC coming up
So who's gonna
next. Zenith Bank.
Good morning, everybody. So it's nice to be here today, you know, to portray what we have for everybody here, especially our customers in diaspora. So, of course, we all know what Zenith Bank does. We're one of the biggest banks in Nigeria, even in Africa. And we've been in existence for over 30 years, doing good banking in Nigeria. So let me just go straight to what we have for our customers in diaspora. We have a diaspora banking product, a range of products that we have specifically for Nigerians that are resident abroad. Swift account opening, convenient account opening. You do not have to come back home to open an account. You can open an account online and you get your account number instantly. You have access to your account. You can open Naira account, dollar account, Euro account, you know, in FX, all the accounts in GBP as well. And this account, as soon as they...
All right. Yes. I'd like for the interview to continue, but people are online. They want to hear about payback. You know, this is one of the reasons people are coming.
I would like to ask Ms. Madele Okumwabwa to please come up, the moderator for the ICT real estate section. Ms. Madele Okumwabwa, please, could you come up? Ms. Madele Okumwabwa, please. If you could go on stage from where you are, please. Go on stage. We are taking Kazim Bello. Please, can we all come back to the hall? Can we please come back to the hall? We're about to begin the next session. Please, all participants, come back to the hall. Now if you recall, during the Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to recommence. As you well know, we are running on a very, very tight timeline, and we are way behind time right now. During the real estate and infrastructure session, we unfortunately had one of the pitchers drop out, but he's back on. And if we were all quieting down, please. Can I have your attention? If we're all quieting down, we will now have him make his pitch. Mr. Kazim Bello, over to you, Madam Addition.
Mr. Kazim Bello, welcome to the real estate pitch session. Sorry we were not able to get you earlier on, but you are on now. If you're able to present, please, you may go ahead and share your screen, unless your slides are here with us. Mr. Bello, are you here with us?
Mr. Kazim Bello, if you are there, please, could you make your presentation? Mr. Kazim Bello. Well, it looks like we're having a bit of a challenge with getting Mr. Kazim Bello.
Mr. Bello, if we are able to connect with you, hopefully you will have a chance to present before or after another pitch session.
It looks like we're having a bit of a challenge with Mr. Kazim Bello. So we'd like to thank you, Madam Moderator, for still offering yourself even after you had finished your service. Like we say, you may be retired but not tired. And you're willing to work. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our moderator.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We move on to the next session. And the next pitching session is agribusiness. We have quite a number of people listed in agric. And so we would enjoin you to make your pitches short, fast, and sweet. I'd like to call on the moderators for the session. Two very seasoned ladies. It is a double-barrel packed moderator team we have. And it is my pleasure to call on the Chief Executive of Cedar 3 Solutions Atlanta, Mrs. Mary David, and the Manager Sahel Consulting, Ms. Aisha Hadejia. Please let us put our hands together on a rousing round of applause for these two powerful, ebullient, and resourceful ladies.
Hello, everyone. And we are actually going to co-moderate. So, you know, agriculture is that one sector that is becoming, the way I like to say, the next oil in Nigeria. There's a lot of people that could not participate in the matter of fact, maybe 80%, if not 90%, of the population of this country could not participate in the oil sector. However, agriculture is that one sector where you, even if you have everything else going, you could still be a farmer. So we have a lot of interesting things that need to happen. If you think about the global warming, then you think about sustainable farming. If you think about the fact that the world is going to become, in 2050, we're going to be what, 9 billion? We need to feed that 9 billion. And if you think about the fact that most of the world has gotten rid of their arable lands and Africa remains the one man standing, then you begin to agree with us that that sector holds a lot of promise for this country and beyond. And we are beginning to see people from other continents come to the African continent to buy out large expanse of land, farmlands, and they're farming in our own land. How about we raise our own farmers so that they become more sustainable and they graduate from being sustenance farmers to becoming more commercial farmers? But we would have more of this discussion as we hear all the incredible work that is going on in that sector. And I'm going to pass it on to my sister.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marie. And perhaps it's a testament to the importance of this session that you have not one, but two moderators. But honestly, the business of agriculture is abound with opportunities for investment at home and abroad. So what we have here is that for us Nigerians, forget the fact that food and agribusiness is a source of livelihood and income and jobs for millions of Nigerians. We Nigerians have a very special relationship with food. It's our heritage, it's part of our culture, it's part of our tradition, it's how we show love, and we can only continue to do this if we support and invest in our local MSMEs that we have homegrown in country. So without further ado, we would be very happy to call on our first pitcher, and that is MI Food and Beverages.
Najim Abdul Razak. Najim Abdul Razak, MI Food and Beverages. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause as he tells us what he has on offer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abdul Razak Najim from MI Food and Beverages. Special thanks to our chief host for giving us this splendid opportunity to have audience with this powerful audience. Thank you so much. So I am Abdul Razak Najim. Okay. I'm Abdul Razak Najim from MI Food and Beverages. Over 20% of factories in Nigeria fold up, not because they don't have capital, and not because there are not people that are ready to work, but because there's not enough raw materials for them to work. A lot of them fold up, and those that are working, they don't even have enough raw material to work with. So that's where we come in at MI Food and Beverages. We supply food processing companies with agricultural commodities. And also, please, next slide. We also supply pharmaceuticals and beverage makers. We supply them with agricultural commodities. We are present in Niger, in Bida. That's one of the heart of agric product in the state. When you're counting Kaduna, definitely you count Niger, and that's one of our key strengths. Please, next slide, please. So over a year period since inception, since incorporation in 2021, we've done well over 1 billion in turnover. We've traded over 5,000 tons. That's like 5 million kg of produce, spanning from shea nuts, sesame, rice, and soybean. We've also the major thing is we buy from farmers. We create market access for them, and we deliver to these food processors. We are currently building our cleaning facility down there in Bida. Next slide, please. Okay, the market potential for grain, not for agric, for just grain, I mean rice, maize, soybean, and all, is we have a market size of $62 billion. So there's huge potential here. There's huge opportunity, and it's a very straight business. It's just simple trade. You buy, you sell at the margin. Next slide, please. We are targeting to start trading 100 tons of product in 5 years. That's by 2026. Our target for 2023 is 15,000 tons. Next slide, please. To confirm what we've been doing, we are targeting 100 tons in the next 5 years. We have organizations that are already doing 200 tons, 500 tons in a year. So we are seeking for a finance of 200 million working capital in debt finance. We want to service an MOU we just received from Kiara Rice Mill, one of the biggest rice mill in Niger, to supply them 10,000 tons of rice paddy. And that's why we're here. Our board of advisory, sorry, my team members are not here. I, myself, the founder, then I have Mustafa, who has over 7 years experience in the agric industry, followed by Aliyu, who is a native of Bida and has over 10 years experience in sourcing commodity. I've been with I've been working with top tier agric firms in Nigeria before I left. I've worked with Sitco, who have about 20, who have presence in about 20 African companies. Then Wakot, which has the biggest rice mill, and then Afex before I now started my journey. So we are looking to raise a debt finance of 200 million working capital to service the MOU we just raised from Kiara Rice Mill. And this is just for rice only. We have another deal that we are looking for. That's the Sesame deal, which is a 2 billion naira investment. And we are all doing this in just one local government. We have 774 local governments in the state. So you can imagine how big the opportunity in the agri sector is. So I welcome any partner or anybody that would like to finance what we are looking at. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Najim. MI Food and Beverages looking for 200 million to finance an MOU that's already in place to provide paddy. Any questions? I do have one. Okay, so from me, the issue of drought and then sudden flooding is an issue that we're living with every day, year in, year out. So what is your company doing to mitigate that?
Okay, at MI Food and Beverages, we are focused on trading. We are not into farming. We are not into farming. We are just focused on trading. That's what we do. We are your #1 commodity plug.
So you're more like aggregators?
Yes.
And you in between? Okay. All right. So, but how do you provide insurance for your consumers or your end customers?
Okay, our biggest risk is good in transit. So we have something with leadway assurance on that.
No question online.
There's a question at the back. Oh, sorry. There's a question at the back. Microphones, please. Go ahead, sir. Maybe we can hear you. A bit louder, sir.
Sorry, I can't.
Sorry.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay. All right, thank you. My question is this, right? I see you to be like an off-taker trader, isn't it?
Yes.
So how do you maintain, how do you try to control, or will I say maintain a quality source of whatever you're getting to the buyer or the person that is importing from you? For instance, I know there are best standard practices when it comes to cultivating types of food, be it beans. Historically, we found out sometime about 10 years ago, Nigerian beans were like rejected in France. So what means do you use to guide against that? How do you go about it?
Okay, we have 3 methods of collection at MI Food and Beverages. We collect via our warehouses, and when we are receiving any goods we are receiving in our warehouses, it's confirmed. We check before we receive. If it's not meeting up to the standard that we know our off-takers or our processors want, we reject it. That's the first way of aggregating. Then the second point is we can link up a company with some of our small aggregators for them to supply. So the company does a direct check on that and take what they feel is good for their product and reject what is not good. This also always prompts our supplier to give us the best quality. And the third way we source for good is through our key account officers. We understand that there are some traders that are big enough for us to send an officer down there. So, and when we are assigning a key account officer, we ensure that we select some of our best staff that are well trained and they do their due diligence before they scale any product from that trade. So doing that, we've cut off any issue of quality on our own side.
All right, final question at the back.
Thank you very much for the explanation you've given on that. However, there are parts of your answers that I'm not exactly convinced about. And this is it. That's this issue with sorting and grading. And this is the major reason why the same thing. You're going to get a different kind of orange from a different source. And this is the reason why much of our communities are being rejected. Now, what are you doing to look after that? What are you doing to actually solve that problem? Because this is a major problem. It's a major problem. Sesame seeds is the same thing. The quality of sesame seeds you produce in Benue, and not just Benue generally speaking, some local governments in Benue have a different quality, and the nutrients you find in them are very different from which you find in other local governments. What are you doing to address these issues?
Okay, thank you so much for that very pressing concern. It's a concern locally and internationally. I understand that. However, companies, we do, most especially commodity houses, we transit. At this stage, we don't have that challenge because we are more of logistics. We are going to transit into warehousing. That's when you have enough capital, you can warehouse. The third stage is what we call slight value addition. And that's what brings, that's where we will be more concerned about sorting, grading, and export, right? But to also address that, in our traction, I made mention that we are already building our own in-house slight processing factory, which we are about 30% done. So by the time we are done with that, we'll be able to check those issues of grading, sorting, and quality assurance in that factory. But for now, the little we can do for the kind of demand we have is just to check the quality at our gates, at our warehouse, at the spot trade, and with our key account officers. But I really understand that concern, most especially when we are talking about export. We understand that, and that's why we are building what we are building. But at this point, we've not grown enough to start accounting that issue. And you made mention of Sesame.
Sorry, apologies, I would have to stop you there. We are very tight with time.
2 seconds.
I will hold you to that. 2 seconds.
Sesame, can we discuss on Sesame because it's a big thing for us? We are looking at aggregating 2,000 tools in Nigeria. It's one of the highest places you can get Sesame. If you're interested in Sesame, I would love to have a personal discussion with you. And I believe I can learn more from you, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
and I love that you did say we would have a conversation later on. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. MI Food and Beverages. We would now like to call on the second picture from Nonette Oil Palm Plantation and Milling Nigeria Limited.
Eric Ozongo. Eric Ozongo, please, could you step forward? Your time starts now.
I just want to remind the pitchers that you actually have a total of 3 minutes pitch time, and the last 2 minutes is for the questions, and we will stop you because this is a very tight sector. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
All Palm Plantations and Milling Nigeria Limited is a trailblazer in the oil palm plantation and milling business. It has procured over 15,000 hectares of land and has currently cultivated 2,000 hectares of land in what is fast becoming the Nonette Palm Estate. The Palm Estate is Nonette Oil's audacious plan to optimize the palm oil value chain to produce palm oil vegetable oil, palm kernel cake, among others, at the new processing plant in Ngwo. At Nonet, we encourage investors and partners to key into the rewarding venture by being a part owner of a portion of the plantation, which Nonet will take care of for them, buy the fruit of them, and see to its nurturing and management. Because we believe in the highly lucrative nature of the oil palm business, we encourage you to invest with at least 2 million naira spread over 3 years for ease of payment. At Nonet, we are committed to bringing about a progressive revolution in the oil palm subsector. Join us in the value chain where there is no waste. Instead, all raw materials find a way to becoming finished products. We call on all our brothers and sisters in the diaspora and all stakeholders who are interested in the palm oil value chain to take advantage of this opportunity to invest in a business that will not depreciate as the introgress palm species start fruiting in 3 years. The Chief Operating Officer of Nonet Oil Palm Plantation and Milling Nigeria Limited, Chief Eric Mokedike Ozon, throws more light on this venture. Is Chief Eric Mokedike Ozon.
Okay, if after listening to our short clip, you now have an understanding of what we are doing. We are into complete value chain in oil palm, from nursery, plantation development, milling, and marketing. We all know how important oil palm is. I am a chartered accountant by training. This, my boss here, is a petroleum engineer, but we have all abandoned what we are doing and we are into palm oil chain because we make more money in palm oil more than in petroleum. And that is why we have 15,000 hectares of land in our kitty, and we are beckoning on our people to come and identify with us. When we came here last year,
3 minutes.
When we came here last year, 25 liters of red oil, palm oil, was 12,000. But today, as we speak, is 31,000. Everything about oil palm is money. We are telling our people there is need for you to invest. We have two folds of investment. Individual investors can get their own plantation. We'll take care of it. We'll do the dirty job for you. When they start fruiting, we buy them up from you. You are where you are in Abuja. We are in the remote area doing the work for you. And you are free to come in at any time and see your plantation. The other fold is we are looking at partners, people that will be shareholders. We are looking at about $1 million, you know, because we have a lot of land, we have a lot of opportunity. And as I said, everything about oil palm is money. I need to retread this to everyone. What we produce in Nigeria is less than 1.2 million tons of oil, CPO, that's crude palm oil. But our demand is over 3 million, which means we import from Malaysia and Indonesia a lot. And this has to stop. We have scarcity of foreign exchange. If we invest in this, it will...
Sir, you have used up your question and answer time. Would you like us to have just 30 seconds for questions?
No problem.
Any questions from the audience? You can go ahead, ma'am.
I would like to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Fumilola Williams Daudu. I'm a medical doctor, at the same time a farmer. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. But I would also like to add that what will you be doing about this security, because somebody that wants to invest, we want to be sure that his or her investment is safe. That's number one. And also, the issue of the value chain in oil palm. There is a major aspect of it that is left out in terms of the kitchen utensils, the use of oil palm waste to make pots, spoon, and etc., etc. That's a major aspect of the value chain, which I would also like to, if I want to invest, that's the aspect. Because if you are angry, you must eat.
Please, can we wrap up the question?
Hungry,
Thank you.
You must eat. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Your question, security, very, very vital. Our plantation, where we have the location where we have our plantation in Iziagu local government area of Enugu State, we initially had problem of herdsmen, but we don't have any option. We had to, cooperate with the Métis Alliance in that area and tell them, please, leave this area for us, face the other areas. And we're having beautiful relationship with them. And not only that, our workers are living in the plantation. They are staying there 24/7. And the advantage we have there is that in that area we have 4 different rivers. So we do dry season farming and so on and so forth. So everything about oil palm, everything that comes from oil palm is very lucrative. We produce a whole lot of things.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. We really appreciate your business speech. One of the comments that I would like to suggest to you is in the area of transparency, whether it's in your supply chain or even in terms of your business model, because that's one area research shows there's so much emotions around palm farming, right? There's the sustainability and it's the deforestation. So those are 2 areas that I would like to suggest to you that, you just, those are issues that you might want to take care of as you begin to grow. But we would like to just thank you for coming this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
No net oil.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So we would like to call on the next speaker from Afro-Euro Investment.
Adekunle Ayola. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Ayola, who came all the way from Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we stand on existing protocol. I use we because I'm representing Afro-Euro Investment. This is a company that we started over 15 years ago in the Republic of Poland. And we'll be dealing in a grocery business for more than 18 years in Poland. Before pandemic, we are into franchise, whereby we have over 5 stores in different cities in the Republic of Poland. The pandemic there with us, but now we are recovering, coming back into the business. I want the slide to go straight to number 3, please. We face a lot of challenges, and I'll make a point to the question that the man on this side raised about inconsistency, because that has been the big problem we are facing in getting products, especially from Africa, because on a weekly basis, we are doing okra from India and Jordan. We are doing matoki. Matoki is a replica of a short banana, not the long banana we call plantain, on a weekly basis from Entebbe Airport to Chopina Airport in Poland. And we've tried a lot to ship many things from Nigeria in the past, but we realized that we're having problem with compliance and inconsistency of the product. So today, we are here to make a kind of an advocacy, to make a kind of a citizen diplomacy by calling on our government to take a look at the bilateral agreement which was proposed to our dear president during his visit to Republic of Poland in 2018, whereby they gave us all the rudiment that we need to fulfill so that we can be able to ship directly agricultural produce and finished product directly from Nigeria to Republic of Poland. And this will give us an opportunity to have an inroad to European Union because they are ready to work with us, to train us, to teach us, and to let us know what we have to do to qualify to that. Because if Uganda, I've been to Entebbe, I can't count how many times I've traveled to Entebbe myself. If Uganda could be shipping agricultural produce on weekly basis to Poland, shipping atarubu on weekly basis to us in Poland, why not from Nigeria? So I'm praying and I'm really appealing that all the relevant authorities sitting here today to help us to grow. Because if we have this compliance issue in place, it will open a door not only for Adekunle, for even the migrant community over there, because it's increasing due to the incident we have in Ukraine. Before the Ukraine crisis, our inflation is about 5.9. As it is today, it's well over 10%. And this is affecting business also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayola. I will give you 20 seconds to actually pitch your ask to the investors in the room.
Actually, we would like to, we were here today to make an appeal to the government to take a look into the bilateral agreement which the Republic of Poland is ready to sign with Nigeria. Signing that, it will open a lot of way for us to be able to do a lot of businesses. That's why I'm here today to make my prayer before the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. That is an admirable pitch and an admirable ask. It is not all about the finances. It is sometimes about opening doors for yourself and for the people behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adekunle Ayola.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We would now like to call on the next pitcher from Olix Farms Agro Allied and Consult Limited, Mr. Olisemeka.
Olisemeka Onwekusi. Are you here or are you online? All right. Please a round of applause for him as he steps up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the already established protocols, I'll be pitching my company, Olix Farms. Nigerian state in recent time is being faced with high level of food shortage and scarcity due to the prevailing insecurity in the country. And UNICEF report has it on malnutrition that Nigeria is leading as #1 in Africa and second in the whole world. And that's over 14.5 million Nigerians suffering from acute food insecurity and over 25 million people hungry, resulting to a loss of about 15% of our GDP. And this is the reason why we are here today, seeking for 100 million naira equity investment for a 10% stake of our business. My name is Olisemeka Onwekusi, the founder and the CEO of Olix Farm Agro Allied and Consult Limited, based in Omahia, Abia State. I can really see. Olix Farm is addressing the issue of malnutrition and food insecurity by providing quality and affordable source of animal protein, which is chicken and egg, for families and businesses through our farm-to-fork approach. It's an established fact that 90% of Nigerians eat chicken and egg to meet their protein requirements, not gainsaying the fact that the southeastern states heavily depend on chicken and egg supply, which are coming mostly from the southwestern states like the Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, and Kwara. Whereas these businesses can actually thrive in Abia State, where we are based, even to do that at a scale to be able to meet up the market demand. And the prospect is even high for us to solve this problem, because right now, due to the unavailability of alternatives like the beef and the fish, owing to the fact of the herders and the villagers conflict clash and the forest instability, that beef is no longer affordable for an average family, and the fish is also not affordable also for the average family. So the least option there is just the chicken and the egg. And this is our interest to fill up this gap by scaling our capacity from what we are doing, from our current capacity of 3,000 layers to 15,000, and from our capacity of 2,000 beds to 5,000 beds per cycle, to be looking at producing 135,000 crates of egg and 50,000 chicken that will be yielding about 70 tons of chicken per annum. This is why we are here, and we invite you today to join us on this journey for a 10% stake of our business for 100 million naira equity financing. Looking at traction, you'll see most of our customer base in Omaha. I would boldly say that 1 out of 5 chicken eaten in Abia State is gotten from our farm. We service restaurants and fast food such as The Choice is one of the popular fast food in Omaha. The Choice, Chopsy, Crunchies fried chicken, and even in recent time we've been listed as we've supplied Market Square as an unlisted vendor. But our challenge is that we do not have the consistency in that supply. So that's the essence why we are seeking this funding to be able to scale up our production and meet up the market demand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olisemeka. Olex Farm, an agri-food and livestock company that is providing solutions in terms of animal-based protein, asking for 100 million naira for a 10% stake. Questions from the floor? Questions from our virtual audience?
Any questions online?
None at all.
No questions online.
All right. Is that
There's a question online, please. Just a minute. There's a question online. They want to know, what do you feed your chicken? What do you feed your chicken?
Okay, our chicken are being bred and fed with high quality grain. We make use of commercial feed, but at the capacity we are trying to expand to, we intend running our own feed milling. But at the moment, we make use of commercial feed.
All right, thank you. That's all online.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. And we would like to call the next presenter from Plus Network, Daniel Duru.
Daniel Duru Plus Network. Please, could you step up? Your time is running. And while he's stepping up, please, Omoniyi Ogungbade, could you get ready? We need to step up a bit. Omoniyi Ogungbade, get ready.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to be here. So Plus Network is
Please,
a
can we have the
registered
speech up?
private liability company that is looking to offer a well-refined and packaged palm oil.
Yeah.
Next slide.
I'm Daniel Duru from Imo State. Let me introduce my startup project or business, Plus. So Plus is a Swahili word that translates to farm. Now, palm oil is a very common commodity worldwide with a huge market gap. because of its importance to many industries. But in the kitchen is bad reputation of high saturated fats has been a major concern to its general acceptance. Unlike other palm oil products that lose the color and carotenoids during the bleaching and refining processes, PLAS aims to offer a well-refined palm oil that tackles both the saturated fat contents and as well retains the reddish pigments. In the end, it presents an oil with vitamin A that can cure and help in brain function, and vitamin A with the carotenoids that as well will help to protect the heart from various diseases while maintaining that original red color. It just doesn't aim to provide affordable, saturated, bottled, healthy palm oil to the public. PLAS aims to connect African farmers, producers and consumers through the creation of a unique e-commerce software application, and as well sell crude palm oil to other industries to maximize profit, of course. I hope you see it fit to invest in this business. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Okay, so, sorry, can I just round up?
Go ahead.
Okay, so far we've been able to connect to dealers in the northern parts of the country, Nasarawa, Niger State, and Abuja, and we are supplying some barrels of oil to them. We've been in contact with some oil mills in the southeast, Imo State precisely. And of course, we've constructed this mid-ball extra for the machine, the processing machine that will make it possible to present this quality oil to the public. And as well, we have many farms for the palm seedling plantation. So it's a growing project. It's in the startup stage. So we're asking for a 200 million naira investment. It's bold of me to ask of that amount, considering we haven't done much yet. But because the palm oil market is very huge, a $60 billion market cap that's estimated to go to 92 billion by 2030, we don't see any reason why the project should do with a proper investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? I have one. So you are a startup, and it looks like you're asking for a lot of money. Do you have pilot results that you could be talking about? That's my first question to you. And the second question is, it seems like you're tackling the entire supply chain. What part are you focused on?
So I'm not tackling the entire supply chain. I'm focusing, the problem I'm trying to solve here is the issue of the palm oil, because so far we have very good palm oil, for example, but the color is different. So it's the color part. The normal average Nigerians don't see, these refined palm oils like power oil, King's oil. It's very hard to convince them that this is, this is palm oil as well. You can use it.
So you're adding value to the
value
already harvested palm oil?
Yeah, the color itself is the carotenoids are nutritious. So that's where the vitamin A and vitamin E comes in. The colors that are being removed during the bleaching processes for the other palm oils are actually good nutrients.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I just wanted to underscore the fact that, and thank you for being honest with the health aspects of high saturated fats and how that affects acceptability. We keep talking about farm to fork, but we also have to talk about farm to body. What are we putting in our body? And the value addition that our entrepreneurs do have to address the health and nutrition aspect of things, as you had mentioned, vitamin A. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Duru. Omoni Ogunbade, could you please quickly step up?
Thank you.
Online.
My name is Niyu Ogunbade. I'm the CEO of Chancellor. Chancellor's Limited is an agri company employing new technologies and to foster food production, efficiency, and sustainability. The company was registered in 2002, and we have been able to cultivate over 11,000 hectares. We have been able to raise over 200. What we do is to